Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our January 19th. Welcome to our January 19th, 2023 special magistrate hearing for the Building Division. If there's anyone who wishes to speak at today's proceedings, please stand and raise your right hand. You must be sworn in to speak at today's hearing. Do you solemnly swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings? Thank you. You all may be seated. At this time, please silence all of your devices. Our first case is Inspector Linda Holloway on page 21. Page 21 at the bottom. It's a hearing to impose fines. Property address 813 Southwest 4th Court, 1-4. Owner, Sailboat Bend Residences, LLC. Case number BE 2202-0074. This case was first heard on 6/16/22 to comply by 8/18/22. One section not complied at $50. The city is requesting to impose the full amount of $7,650, which continues to accrue.
Thank you. Good morning. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city presenting case BE 2202-0074, property address 813 Southwest 4th Court. This violation was first cited on February 10th, 2022. The case was first heard on June 16th, 2022, and Special Magistrate Pretty found that the violation did exist for altering and or replacing the driveway, including the swell area, without a permit. You'll notice from the photos that the driveway was blacktop striped and wheel stripes were added. The driveway was extended, which included encompassing the swale area. And the existing parking facility seems to have changed from 4 parking spaces to 5 parking spaces. The property currently is not in compliance as it is awaiting a permit for after the fact alterations, and the permit has been awaiting pickup for corrections since July 26th of 2022. The property owner is here to request to speak on his behalf. The city is also going to request a 91-day extension to allow corrections of the permit and any additional work that needs to be done to take place.
So in 91 days
Yes.
extension?
91.
All right. Tell us your name, please,
My name is Tony. My last name is Ortiz, Ortiz, and I'm the
and you own the property. Okay. So it looks like you've got it done, but you're waiting on permits. They're going to give you 3 months basically to get this wrapped up, it sounds like. But the fines will continue to accrue?
Yes.
Okay.
And Magistrate, good morning. Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. Just so we're clear, what the inspector said is that the permit has been sitting with the city since July of last year, waiting for the property owner to pick it up and make corrections. So
Okay.
is there any reason why you haven't picked it up in 6 months to make the
I,
correction?
I have it here. I'm working on it. I'm trying to work with the inspectors and gather a contractor to help us make that good. We've had circumstances on both sides to where we've had to delay it, but I'm trying to work with them to get it done.
Well, again, if you don't pick it up, you can't get anything done. So you at least
Exactly.
physically pick it up, get a contractor, and follow up. 3 months is a long time to get it done, but it also means every day that it's not getting done, it's accruing a fine of $50 a day.
I understand. I'm just trying to stop the fines and get it resolved.
Well, the only way you can do that is by picking up the permit first, right? Okay, all right, they give you plenty of time to do it, but the fine's gonna be easily over $10,000 if you don't get this done in the next 3 months.
I understand that.
Okay, all right, okay.
Okay.
So
Yes.
91-day extension.
91 days extension, and he's going to head over to the development service to speak with the engineering department to get this permit taken out for corrections today.
Okay,
And while it's on extension, there will be no fines accruing, correct?
are the fines gonna continue to accrue?
Can we stay the fines, please?
You can, if you want to stay the
Yes.
fines, yes.
Thank you.
So that'll help a lot,
Thank you.
okay? So that makes it April 20 of this year within which to get this done,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Oh, by the way, yeah, people, I know the staff and the people are used to calling the magistrate, Your Honor. The former magistrate who passed away last October was a judge, and he deserved to be called Your Honor. Never was appointed to be or elected as a judge. I'm a lawyer in the Fort Lauderdale area. I actually worked here for 12 years in Fort Lauderdale for some time ago, but I've been doing this for 40 years. But please don't call me Your Honor, because I don't deserve to be called that kind of recognition. I'm the magistrate or Mr. Ansbro, but I prefer not to be called Your Honor. I know lawyers are caught up with it. They say it all the time, but just so you know, I don't particularly like to be called that if I haven't been appointed as that, okay? Thanks so much.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Our next case is on page 33, property address 800 Southeast 4th Street,
Yes.
Chief George Oliva, owner Chateau Mar Condo Association, Inc., case number BE 2106-0113. This case was first heard on 11/18/21 to comply by 12/30/21. One section complied at $100. City is requesting to vacate the order from 11/17/22 to impose fines and to reimpose fines to administrative costs of $1,275.
Okay, this is for Chateau Mar, right? Is anybody here for this okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chief George Oliva, on behalf of the city is in full agreement to reduce the cost to $1,275.
Okay. Yes, sir. Your name and address?
Doug McDaniel, 800 Southeast 4th Street, number 106.
And what's your capacity with the property?
I'm the vice president on the board.
Okay, so I'm assuming you agree with this record?
Yes, I do.
All right, so we'll enter an order to that effect, right?
Yeah.
1,275 due. Is there a time period that it's due? When is it due? When is it due? 30 days? I mean, how much time?
He got no to pay 30 days,
30
always.
days, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
And in order, we'll vacate the order from before. That'll be dispelled, but
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Your Honor, there we go. Can't teach you guys.
Our next case is on page 24. Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 1101 Northeast 18th Court. Owner Barry Sarko. Case number CE 2007-1110. This case was first heard on 8/19/21 to comply by 9/16/21. Fine suspended as noted. One section complied at $250. City is requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $1,049.63.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Inspector Martinez updating case on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. This case is in compliance and the city is requesting for fines to be reduced to admin cost of $1,049.63.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Ansbro. Todd Stone. I'm a lawyer on behalf of the property owner, Mr. Sarko. We accept the city's recommendation, and
Okay. All right, it'll be payable within 30 days, okay?
thank you.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 32. Property address 501 South Andrews Avenue. Chief George Oliva. Owner 501 South Andrews Avenue LLC, in care of Greenberg Troic, PA. Case number BE 2107-0264. This case was first heard on 11/18/21 to comply by 12/30/21. One section complied at $100. Total fines $11,600. City is requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $1,275.
George Oliva, on behalf of the city is in full agreement to reduce the fine to administration cost of $1,275.
Okay. Yes, sir, you are?
Shelby Smith, I'm the property manager, representing the owner, and yes, we agree with those, that would be fine. How do I get an invoice for that? So I
It's
can
going to be
pay
billed by
quickly?
an order.
You will receive it in the mail.
And how quickly? Because it usually takes about 30 days to get something.
Yeah.
but it's due in 30 days.
Yeah, there's no problem.
Okay,
Once you get in the mail, you will call my A over here,
you got it.
Kay Williams, and she will give you login information so you can make payments.
You got it.
Have you been,
I appreciate it.
have you been receiving mail on this case?
We have. We
Okay,
have.
all right.
It just takes, as I said, probably about 30 days from when something happens until we see something, so.
Okay, so.
Okay.
If there's, I don't know if there's any way to make sure we get them sooner? Okay. Payable within 30 days. Thank you, sir. So ordered.
Our next case is on page 34. Property address 1302 East Las Olas Boulevard. Owner, First Presbyterian Church of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Inc. Georgia Leva, case number BE 20050432. This case was first heard on 5/20/21 to comply by 7/1/21. One section complied at $100. Total fines, $32,900. City's requesting to vacate the 5/19/22 order to impose fines and reimpose fines to administrative cost of $1,275.
Okay, thank you.
George Olive, on behalf of the city, this case came into compliance due to the fact that the building was demolished. So we requesting the fine to be reduced to the administration cost of $1,275.
Okay. Your name, sir?
I'm Steve Wofford. I'm the church administrator, and we're in full agreement.
Okay, so we will vacate the order, the $1,275 due within 30 days, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is new business case on page 17. Inspector Alejandro Del Rio, property address 225 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Case number BE 221-00044. Owner L&A Beach Holdings LLC. Notice posted at the property on 12/27/22. Posted at City Hall 1523.
Good morning, Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. A business is being run in this property without obtaining the certificate of occupancy. Case was opened on October 12, 2022, and a final notice was sent to the property owner on October 13, 2022. City is requesting for the owner to come into compliance within 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay. Counsel?
Good morning, Magistrate Ansborough. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. We would appreciate Your Honor granting staff's recommendation. This is a unique circumstance. A site plan was approved, building permits were issued, a flood elevation pass was voided, and we now know what the corrective measure is after speaking with the city. So we would appreciate the 42 days.
Okay, so 42 days will take you to March 2 of this year. But if not timely done, a fine as he's proposed of $50 would ensue per day.
Understood, sir.
All right. Anything else for the order? That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 33, Chief George Oliva, property address 934 North Victoria Park Road, owner NSMK LLC, case number BE 21070240. This case was first heard on 12/16/21 to comply by 1/27/22. Fine suspended as noted. One section not complied at $100. Total fines $32,800. City's requesting to impose the full amount, which continues to accrue, and this case was ordered to reappear.
George Olive, on behalf of the city, Your Honor, this case came into compliance. The building was demoed by the owners, so everything went down into compliance. So the city would request right now to have the fines reduced to the administration cost of $1,275.
Okay, so it's in compliance.
It's in compliance and the building is gone. There's nothing there. Empty
Oh,
lot.
it's been demolished. Okay, all right. Okay. All right, Ms. Crush, apparently that's acceptable?
Absolutely, Magistrate Ansborough. We were
1,000?
processing a site plan, that's why it was open for a while. This was a building on one of the parcels, so it
Okay.
is gone.
All right. So that'll be due 1,275 within 30 days?
Yes,
That will take care of the case. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Our next case is on page 27. Property address 2880 Northeast 33rd Court. Owner Hawthorne Manor Condo Association, Inc. Inspector Nash Maddock, Inspector Jose Saragusi presenting case number BE 22070209. This case was first heard on 9/15/22 to comply by 10/13/22. One section not complied at $150. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $14,550, which continues to accrue.
Okay. Staff for the city? Oh, coming.
Good morning. Inspector Saraguti, building inspector from the city of Lauderdale, presenting the case as read. The case is not comply. I will let the respondent to speak.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Michael Weitzner on behalf of Hawthorne Manor.
And a little closer to the microphone.
Michael Weitzner on behalf of Hawthorne Manor.
You're an attorney, as I recall, right? Yes.
Yes. So this is a case where it's a dock that's going over a seawall that requires a lot of repairs and permitting. The association is currently in the process of obtaining a contractor to perform all of the work. The association has contacted over 23 vendors, and unfortunately only one has offered a bid. At this time, the association is obtaining that bid and going through the proposal and hopefully securing one so that they can move forward with securing permits and making the work to be completed. However, because of this difficulty, I'm here to request additional time.
Okay, well, I don't think they have a problem giving you additional time, but the fine's going to continue to accrue daily. This is a condominium apparently, right?
Yes,
How many units is this?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Large, small, what?
It's not over 200.
Okay, okay. All right, so,
The city doesn't oppose to a 56-day extension and mandatory appearance.
do you want to let the fines accrue or suspend the fines?
Stop the fines.
All right, so we will suspend the fines, which is good for your client. In the meantime, 56 days takes us to March 16th of this year. It'll be a mandatory reappearance, right? Okay, all right, so counsel? All
Understood.
right, that'll
Thank
be the
you.
order. Okay, you know, again, they've taken a long time, more than 6 months to get a bid. They got to get this done. You know, it's a condominium, but 6 months is way generous, and another 2 months is beyond generous, okay? Let them know, it's got to get finished.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Special
sir.
Magistrate.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 35. Chief George Oliva, property address 2901. Excuse me. Southwest 2nd Ave, owner Ramco of Fort Lauderdale, LC, case number BE 21070371. This case was first heard on 1/20/22 to comply by 7/19/22. One section complied at $100. Total amount, $10,600. City is requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $1,275. Is there a respondent here for 2901 Southwest 2nd?
Somebody for Ramco of Fort Lauderdale, LC. Anybody present? No, okay,
Okay, I'll recall that one.
okay, Rico, okay.
Okay, page 36, Inspector Saragusti, property address 1201 Southwest 17th Street, owner Paul and Marcy Weinberg, case number BE 22050094. This case was ordered to reappear. This case was first heard on 8/18/22 to comply by 11/17/22. Fine suspended as noted. 2 sections not complied at $100 for each violation.
Good morning, building inspector from the city, presenting the case as read. this case is not comply. I am going to let the respondent speak.
Okay.
Yes, good morning, Paul Weinberg. I'm the property owner. This is my personal residence. Trying to work through closing out these inspections to be able to get to CO. Looking for an extension. I understand it's been proposed at 28 days. I don't know if there's any opportunity for that to be increased beyond the 28 days.
Do you have permits that were issued?
Yes,
So you're seeking to salvage the building?
correct. It's a remodel of the house, and there are open permits that need to be closed. I'm in the process of getting an MEP report completed to close out those final inspections.
Okay. So he's asking for an additional 28 days. Do you object to that?
Yes, please. The city doesn't oppose to 28 days extension and stop the fines.
The city agrees with the extension?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the mandatory reappearance.
And then suspend the fines. So that's pretty generous to do, but you need to use the time wisely, of course, okay? 28 days, he's asking for more. You're not willing to go more than that, right?
Yeah.
No, you don't want more time. He wants more than 28 days.
We can, I agree with 56 days.
With-
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So how much time then?
56 days.
56 days, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And then, Your Honor, I think the inspector also asked for a mandatory reappearance.
Oh, okay.
If they're not, I guess if he's not in compliance. If they're in compliance, well, either way, we have to redress the fine, so a mandatory reappearance.
Okay, so come back to us. Comply by date is March 16th, is the 56 days.
Okay.
Giving you the extra time you asked for, okay?
Great, thank you
Okay.
very much.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 29. Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 1013 Northeast 13th Street, owner Palm Point Warehouse LLC, case number BE 22040080. This case was first heard on 5/19/22 to comply by 7/14/22. Fine suspended as noted. 2 sections not complied at $50. Total amount $13,200. City is requesting to impose the full amount, which continues to accrue.
Good morning, Your Magistrate. Inspector Martinez representing the city. The case and others as read. The case is not in compliance. I'm gonna let the defendant to speak.
Okay.
Good morning, Magistrate Ansborough. I believe we're requesting a
Your
28.
name?
Manny Aguero, owner of the property. We're respectfully requesting a 28-day extension. Believe this will be the final request. Understand from our contractor, we have submitted the final comments to the city, and we should have permits soon and begin construction. Should be a 60 to 90-day rebuild of the property.
What's the city's response?
The city will oppose our extension, 28-day extension, so they have to reappear on the next hearing.
Okay, so, and suspend the fines?
Yeah, I'll hold it on to the next hearing, and then,
Okay, so they will suspend the fines in the meantime, order you to come back on the 28 days, which we said would be February 16th?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay? But then you still have work to do after that, right?
Yes,
This is just to get the permit.
correct.
Okay,
thank you, Your Magistrate.
all right, thank you, Oaks.
Our next case is a new business case on page 10. Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 1350 Northwest 55th Street, case number BE 22060005, owner City of Fort Lauderdale, in care of Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport. Notice sent via email to Angela Salmon and posted at City Hall on 1/5/23.
Good morning, Your Magistrate. Building Inspector Leo Martinez representing the city. Case and others as read. Some electrical permits were left to expire on this property as stated in today's agenda. The property was cited on the Florida Building Code 2020, Section 105.3.2.1, expired permits. The city is asking the owner to come into compliance within the next 91 days of fines after $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, so this is the airport that the city owns, the Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport.
Yes, sir.
And these are for tenants, I presume, of the airport.
The contractor.
Okay. Ms. Stephanie?
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of Miami Beckham United. This is actually the stadium. The stadium is owned by the city of Fort Lauderdale. It's on city property, on a Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport property. This is a little more complicated than, it's probably just the mere fact that the city was cited for the expiration of permits would lead you to believe it's a little more complicated than just reopening the permits. We are working with the city on the permits. It certainly wasn't solely due to the contractor and Inter Miami. It has to do with other issues that are at a sort of being dealt with at a higher level. So we're actually asking if we could just get a little bit more time because it's something that has to be handled at the higher levels. So we're asking if we could get 120 days.
120.
Yes, please.
Any objection?
Yes, we object to that. We're holding it at 91. Their higher level issues have nothing to do with the permit renewal, according to Chris Cooper and Anthony Fajardo, who are in city administration. So we would like, and again, I understand that the inspector has been working cooperatively with the contractor to address all of these expired permits. 91 days should be more.
So I guess we're going to go with 91 days, Ms. Toothaker, but with a fine of $50 per day if not timely complied.
It's city property, so it'll be on the
Understood.
city.
Understood. Okay, I don't want to particularly fine the city and then have the city pay itself.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Thank
Okay?
you.
All right, thank you.
Next case is on page 34. Chief George Oliva, property address 1440 Southeast 15th Street. Owner Landfall Apartments, Inc., case number BE 2109-0186. This case was first heard on 1/20/22 to comply by 7/19/22. One section complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $18,300, which continues to accrue.
George Oliva, on behalf of the city, the report was submitted on January 6, 2022, with repairs required. We provide them an extension of 180 days as per the state law requirements, but they haven't been compliant. So the city at this moment is requesting the full amount to be imposed, and when they come into compliance, it will be back on a lien reduction. But right now, they are completely out of compliance, and we have to impose the fine.
Was anything done at all? Anything done?
No.
No. Okay.
No, we don't have any records or any permits or anything.
All right, so you want to confirm the fine of $18,300, can let it continue to accrue, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, your name.
Yes, Albert Acuna, ACUNA. I'm an attorney on behalf of Landfall Apartments, Inc. It's a Florida co-op. A bit of background here, Special Magistrate, which I think it's at least marginally relevant. At that time, in January 20th of 2022, even prior to that time, there was a recall of the board of directors that was instituted. That's how I became familiar with this association, because I helped that group through that recall. That recall was not certified. It was contested, and it took the DBPR until March, or I'm sorry, late February to in fact certify that recall. Naturally, when the new board came in, we could all agree to disagree on how cooperative the outgoing board was with the new board. In other words, we had to start from scratch. We engaged a new engineer. That engineer came out, did his report, did his bid package. Like the other gentleman was saying, we too have had a difficult time obtaining bids and obtaining contractors. I'm happy to report, however, just yesterday, I finalized all the remaining details of the construction contract with the contractor's attorney. It's a half of, more than happy to do that.
Your Honor, unfortunately, the city is mandated by Broward County, both rules on appeal. And the only alternative we have right now is to impose a fine. Once they come into compliance, I'll be the first person standing here requesting an administration cost on their case. But right now, my hands are tired, and there's nothing I can do. I have to do what the law mandates.
Okay. Well, as you know, all of these things have been ramped up because of the tragedy in Surfside. So it's life safety for people who live here. So I'm going to allow the fines to continue. As they're pointing out, there is a thing called a lien reduction process that if it's followed carefully, you follow what it says to do, it'll come back before either me or the other magistrate to consider whether or not to reduce the fine. But by that time, it's going to be pretty substantial. So it's almost it's $18,000 now. It could be double that if you're talking 240 days. We'll deal with it when you can't do anything until it's done. It has to be complied before you can even seek that relief.
Okay.
But I understand where you are. I see some mitigating circumstances, at least for the first few months of last year. But they've got to move on this. I know you said the contract's ready to sign.
We're ready to go.
240 days is a long time after waiting for a year. So they need to do whatever they can to ramp it up. It saves the co-op people money, obviously, to do that. So
This is a 15-unit co-op, and many of the owners' residents are on fixed income, so anything that, could be done.
Okay, well, again, and I say this in all these cases, these fines are never intended to punish anybody. They're intended to get compliance. So it's using there's the carrot or the stick. The fines under the state law and the city ordinance is the stick to get it done.
I get it.
I'm reluctant to impose fines if I can avoid them. If I get compliance, everybody's happy. That's what it's really all about. What if we do for a mandatory reappearance? Give them, when would you like to see them back?
No, we will set another hearing once I get the report in my hand with no repairs.
So you don't need a status report?
No.
Okay, so we won't need a status
We just
report.
continue to communicate, and once he sees it, he'll put it back on. Okay.
Yep, and then we can deal with the fines, yeah,
Perfect.
once you're in
Thank you.
compliance.
All
Yeah,
right,
just
sir.
stay in touch with Chief Alivi.
100%. Thank you.
Okay,
very much.
thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there a respondent here for 2901 Southwest 2nd Avenue? Okay, maybe they left. Our next case is on page 11. Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 1800 North Andrews Ave, 5K, case number BE 22070059, owner Peter Luthy, Alfred and Hetty Luthy Revocable Livable Trust. Notice posted at property on 12/16/22, posted at City Hall on 1/5/23.
Good morning, Magistrate. Inspector Martinez, representing the city, case and address as read. There is a commercial alteration permit that was expired, as states in today's agenda. The property was cited on the Florida Building Code 2020, Section 105.3.2.1 for expired permits. The city is asking the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or fines of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay. Yes, sir. Your name?
Peter Lucy, I'm the owner.
Okay. And you've heard what he proposes that you
I
have 40?
understand.
Okay. You're able to abide by that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the order will be 42 days within which to get it done. If not timely done, it's a fine that begins of $50 a day. As I just mentioned, don't want the fines, want the compliance, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Magistrate.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 21. Inspector Hector Suarez, property address 2621 North Ocean Boulevard, owner Gulam H. Usman, case number BE 2205-0189. This case was first heard on 9/15/22 to comply by 10/13/22. One section complied at $50. Total cost $1,050. City is requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $845.24.
Okay, what page was this again? 21, okay. I heard the word one. I'm about 20 pages off.
Good morning, Your Honor, and welcome.
Inspector Suarez, presenting case for BE 22050-189, 2621 North Ocean Boulevard. This case was complied on December 9th, 2022, with fines accrued. We want to reduce them to admin costs, please.
Okay. Yes, sir. Your name and address?
My name is, excuse me, G.H. Usman, 61 Northeast First Street, Pompano Beach.
Okay.
And-
You represent the owner?
I'm the owner.
You are the owner. Okay. All right. So they're offering to settle it for what their time of spent working on the case of $865.
I'm very thankful for Inspector Suarez, and I'm very thankful for the whole staff.
Okay.
They were very diligent to work with me because we've been through the coronavirus time, and
Okay.
just
All
want
right.
to
So
thank.
those costs are $845.24
Thank you, sir.
due within 30 days. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thanks,
Thank you,
everybody.
Special Master.
Our next case is on page 28. Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 600 Victoria Terrace, owner Jorge Chabello. Case number BE 211-20044. Do I have a respondent here for 600 Victoria Terrace? This case was first heard on 4/14/22 to comply by 7/14/22. Fine suspended is noted. One section complied at $50. Total fines $3,100. City is requesting to reduce to administrative cost of $1,275.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Good morning, your Magistrate, Inspector Martinez representing the city. The case is complied. I'm requesting the city requesting fine reduction of $1,275. So.
Okay. Yes, sir. Who are you?
Jorge Ceballos, owner of 600 North Victoria Terrace.
Okay. So it's good news that the case is complied, and now they're offering that you need to pay the $1,275 in costs that this gentleman in the city has incurred. Okay. $1,275 due within 30 days.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All right.
Thank you, your Magistrate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 26.
I'm sorry,
Inspector 26.
Okay.
Inspector Alex Abores, presenting on behalf of Inspector Nash Maddock, property address 1451 Northeast 10th Ave, owner Rentex Florida LLC, case number BE 2201-0035. This case was ordered to reappear. This case was first heard on 5/19/22 to comply by 6/16/22. Fine suspended is noted. One section complied at $50. Total fines $4,500. City is requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $1,356.39.
Good morning, your Magistrate. Alexander Alvarez, Building Inspector for the city. Updating you on case number and address is read. The case is complied. City is requesting fines to be reduced to, administrative costs.
Okay.
$1,356.39.
Okay. Your name and address?
Good morning, Special Magistrate Mike Batchelder. I represent 1451 Northeast 10th Ave, and yes, we agree with that.
You couldn't hear him? I'm sorry. You could hear him? I'm sorry, what?
No, he said it's good now. It's good now.
It's okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that will be due within 30 days, $1,356.39, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 35, Chief George Oliva, property address 1833 Southeast 17th Street, owner PEP Inc., case number BE 20040381. This case was first heard on 2/18/21 to comply by 8/17/21. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $51,900, which continues to accrue.
George Olive, on behalf of the city, this case not in compliance, and there is no request from the engineer of records for an extension of time since October 2020. At this moment, the city is requesting for the full amount to be imposed, and they have a restoration permit that is open, but the engineer needs to submit me a letter telling me that the building is safe and what they're doing, and request an extension 180 days, and then I will stop the fine. But at this moment, we don't have anything to stand on it, so I'm requesting the fine to be imposed.
Okay, what kind of property is this? A home? What is this? I'll ask you. Tell me your name and address.
Ryan Sweeney, 1833 Southeast 17th Street, Port Everglades Pilots. We're a Port Everglades Pilots Association. We provide an essential service to the state and Port Everglades. So it basically a pilot shed housing pilot boats and a building.
Okay, well, again, it needs the report, the structural and
Yes,
electrical.
look, safety is the utmost importance to our organization. We've had permits since March of 2021. We've had 3 different EORs, engineer of records, 3 separate engineer drawings. We've been working diligently to get this done. The scope of work has become much more complicated and greater than the 40-year inspection, and we're addressing everything. Construction is ongoing. It's going to be done April 15th, projected. We're going to get those reports submitted. We understand there's huge fines being imposed, and we're planning on submitting the report as soon as possible. But I want to express that we've been working very, very hard. I have a timeline of events of every month of everything we've been doing to get this project completed, and it's been very, very difficult.
Okay, well, again, the fines are going to continue to accrue.
Yes, sir.
Until we have compliance. At that point, like I mentioned earlier, you may be able to seek a lien reduction.
Yes.
If the facts warrant, that either myself or the other magistrate may consider, if you follow the steps in that lien reduction application process. Okay?
Understood.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
all right, so ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 32 at the top. Chief George Oliva, property address 209 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner, the Seasons Condominium Association of Fort Lauderdale, Inc. Case number BE 211-00185. This case was first heard on 3/17/22 to comply by 9/13/22. One section complied at $100. Total fine, $6,500. City's requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $1,275.
The city is in full agreement to reduce the fine to an administration cost of $1,275.
Okay, yes, sir, your name and address?
Mario Miranda, 209 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard.
Okay, so I presume you agree with the offer
Yes.
to settle it for that?
Yes.
Okay, so $1,275 due within 30 days, okay?
Okay, I'll get something in the mail or in the
You'll
email.
get noticed? Have you been getting notices?
Yes, I have, so
Okay.
I will receive one.
Okay.
Yeah, you will receive an invoice in the mail in 30 days, and what you have to do, you can call Kay, and she will give you a link to make payments in the website.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If you want to get that before you leave, you can talk to her real quick.
Of course.
Might help. Okay, that's the order, thank you.
Our next case is on page 17. It's a new business case. Inspector Alejandro Del Rio, property address 501 Southwest 16th Street. Owner Martin S. Conan.
That's closed.
Oh, sorry. Okay, scratch that one.
Scratched.
Moving on to page 30. 30. Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 2212 Northeast 17th Place. Owner Trang Pham, case number BE 211-00266. This case was first heard on 8/18/22 to comply by 11/17/22. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,100, which continues to accrue.
Good morning, your Magistrate. Inspector Martinez representing the city. Case and others as read. I just want to give you a little briefing about this case. The owner was scammed by the previous contractor.
The owner what?
Was scammed by the previous contractor.
I'm sorry,
And,
what? Oh, scam.
Scam. And this contractor just stepped forward. I mean, there are detectives involved, DVPR inspectors, and so far and so on. So I'm just going to allow the contractor to speak. And
Okay, yes, sir, tell us your name and address.
Yes, Richard Downing, representing the owner, out-of-state owner. When this owner bought the particular house,
What's the name of your company?
R&T Construction Associates.
Okay.
I'm the new general contractor record working with Leo Martinez, inspector. When he first bought the house, I have pictures, exactly a perfectly livable house on the water. He hired this other contractor, reference from the realtor, that came in without permits, without any notification to the owner. 4 or 5 months later, the owner got a notification from the city to stop work on the place. I got notified from one of the workers that wasn't getting paid on the job that knew me. And I came in, been working with the owner to get a new house ready to go. We're in for permits and just working diligently with the city right now. So any fines or anything like that, in my estimation, would be greatly appreciated if they were reduced to basically nothing at the present moment, as we are very close to the final end of getting the permits. And then I'm frustrated, as the city is, to be able to get this resolved.
Okay.
Your Honor, they have all the permits and process in the city. I just would ask the contractor, how much time do you think you will need to get the permits walked through the city?
I'm hoping we'll be in within 30 days with the latest modifications. Somehow there's been a miscommunication between the architect of record and the city because it's an online process. So it's very difficult for me to go in, as I've always done in the past with the city, and worked individually to get it done. So I'm sort of out of the loop, but in the loop per se. And I have all the pictures, all the information ready that theoretically has been submitted, that has not been looked at or whatever. So I'm not sure exactly, but I would say even 30 days to be able to get this resolved to a point that I can intelligently discuss it with you, Your Honor.
Okay, so.
Your Honor, the city won't oppose 63 days.
Okay, all right. They have a certain number they use for the way they have their calendar set up. 63 days will take you to March 23. So that's double the time you're asking for. Ample time to get this done, right? Now, this is just to get the permits, right?
Yeah.
It's not to get the work done. And
No, the permits are in
just the
process.
permits.
In the
Fines are
city.
running for because the permits have not.
For the
been issued.
permit to be issued.
All
As
right,
soon as the
fine.
permit is issued, the case will be complied.
All right, are you offering to suspend the fines in the meantime?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's a good thing for the owner. They won't, there's fines already, but they won't continue to accrue from this time forward. If at the end, as I've mentioned several times, this idea of a lien reduction may be something that the person can seek, especially in the circumstances that he encountered with the other contractor. So that might be something that would be warranted, but that only happens after the case is fully complied.
That's what we're working toward, Your Honor, and
Okay.
working diligently with the
Okay.
inspectors. He knows me and I know him, so.
Good,
we're
all
gonna-
right, all right.
I appreciate
you
that.
coming down and working towards it.
Thank you, Your Magistrate.
The extra time.
It's
All
a
right.
nightmare at the present moment, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 6. It's a new business case. Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 3796 Southwest 16th Street, case number BE 2207-0114. Owner Sarah Luz Mazariego. Notice posted at the property on 11/30/22, posted at City Hall 1/5/23.
Jose Saragusti, building inspector from the city, presenting the case as read. The permit was left to expire, and I've been in contact with the owner. The city is asking the owner to have in compliance in 56 days or $50 per day thereafter. I will let the respondent to speak.
Okay, 1 second.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
My name is Sarah Luz Mazariegos. My property is 3796 Southwest 16th Street in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33312.
Okay, so they're offering you had a permit, but it expired. Now you got to revive it and get it done. And they're giving you almost 2 months to get this done, 56 days. Takes you to March 19th, okay? Otherwise, a fine will start after March 19th. If not done, $50 a day. So you understand that, right? Okay, okay, folks, let's go ahead. And, hopefully you get it completed and complied, okay?
Okay.
All right,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Our next case is on page 33. Chief George Oliva, property address 700 Southwest 21st Terrace. Owner, Colaiana Investments of Florida, Inc. Case number BE 2005-0205. This case was first heard on 4/15/21 to comply by 10/12/21. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $46,300, which continues to accrue.
George Oliva, on behalf of the city, they had a board-up permit in the building.
A what kind of permit?
A board-up permit, because the building is being vacated a long time ago. But what happened, that permit was voided, so there's nothing there now. And there's nothing else on records that would meet the criteria for an extension of time under the new Board of Rules 5-53J or the state law SB 4DS. The engineer has to submit a letter on the building condition to the building official or myself, as is in page 6 of the Broward County rules, in order for us to work with them and provide them an extension of time. At this moment, like I say, I don't have anything. They do have an applied permit to board up the building again, but this building needs to be demoed.
Oh, it's to be
It's
demoed?
not, yeah, it's not
Demolished,
on
okay.
a safe condition.
Okay.
But the issue here is that they have to submit the report, or they have to submit a letter by the engineer telling me that the building is safe to stand for now until they do the demo of the building. But at this moment, I don't have nothing to stand on it. So
Okay, but
we're requesting the full amount.
It's vacant though.
Yeah, it's vacant, but it's not in a condition to be there.
Okay, so is it gonna be boarded up again in the meantime?
They're gonna try to have it boarded up again because they have to go through the process of obtaining permits and everything to have it demolished.
Okay, because the risk is people get in there and they're at risk of.
Right, that's what I want the building to be secure.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, your name and address?
Hi, good morning. How are you? My name is Miranda Smith. I work for the Colinali Investments Group. This is kind of a unique situation. The owner passed away a while ago, and after that happened, we had the request for the 40-year inspection. We had that done. We turned it in. There were repairs necessary. The repairs were beyond what the structures were worth. So we worked with the city, with Victoria and George, and came up with a solution to board up the building. It has been vacant. It's not being occupied. It was boarded up. A contractor was hired. I'm sorry to say, I didn't follow up. He did not pick up the permit. He did not call in for the inspection. Last week, I submitted a new permit. The inspection's being done as we speak. I just spoke to the inspector this morning. It is secure. No one can get in. The previous inspector, he retired. I contracted a new one. He did visit the building a week ago. He is going to be giving me a report on this Friday. So I'll be able to turn in the final 40-year inspection stating that upon the finalization of the litigation, there was an injury at the property and the property is under litigation. So everything there is evidence. So that's why we requested the board-up permit. And the second engineer, like I said, we'll have the report on Friday, states that when the litigation is done, the building must be demoed. We're all in agreement with that. At this point, this is all something that, you know, I dropped the ball on, but now I've got it done, and we should be in compliance by Friday.
Okay, when do you expect the litigation to conclude, if you have any idea?
I do not, because the owner passed away. He was the only witness of the event. It's become a long, drawn-out process. I don't have an
Ma'am,
answer
who are you
for that.
referring to as the owner? Because first of all, it's a corporate entity that owns the property. And I looked up the corporate entity and there are two females that are officers and directors of that entity.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Who is the individual that passed away?
Mr. Colinali, Cosmo Colinali.
So, I mean, again, the property is owned by a corporation, not an entity. I mean, not by an individual, rather.
Correct, and he was the officer of the corporation. His daughter now has power of attorney, and she has been sucked into this litigation with the injury that happened at the property. So this is still ongoing. I don't know when that's gonna be done with. But like I said, it's boarded up, there's signs say keep out, everything's screwed shut, boarded shut, nobody can get inside the building.
Okay, so that has to be legalized with permits.
Yes, sir, and not only that, when everything started was under the old law and the old rules. Now they're under the new law, and now they have to meet the criteria for an extension from the city. So the engineer has to provide us a letter telling us the condition of the building, and if according to him, that building is safe to remain standing until they come up with the demo permit.
Okay, did you understand what your engineer needs to do, right?
Yes, I do. We have met multiple times, and he is in agreement with that. There is no power, there is no water,
Okay,
and everything is closed.
okay, is the property maintained outside the landscaping, and it's not going to seed, I presume, right?
The
You're
property,
keeping it maintained,
it is, yes, we have hired somebody that is cleaning up the exterior of the building,
okay?
and yes.
The problem is, it sounds like this could
that's
drag on for a
ongoing.
while.
Yep.
Litigation, being lawyers, we know what that means, it's never good.
Right, that's why we need to make sure that if we get hit by high winds, that building's not gonna fly away. So we need the engineer letter to tell us
Okay,
that
so
the
you know,
building is okay.
get the engineer letter about the building's integrity, structural integrity, okay?
Yes,
Okay, so the fines are gonna continue to accrue, though.
Yes, sir.
And as I said before, for these other cases, if it warrants considering reduction of the fines after the building is in compliance or the property is demolished, you can seek to do that,
okay,
okay?
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Our next case is on page 29. Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 648 Northeast 16th Terrace, owner Venture Noob LLC, case number BE 2204-0162. This case was ordered to reappear. This case was first heard on 8/18/22 to comply by 10/2022. Fine suspended as noted. 2 sections not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $6,200, which continues to accrue.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Magistrate. Building Inspector Leo Martinez, case and address as read. This case was open just to address a little bit about the case on April 22nd of 2022. The permits were submitted yesterday. The permit application just was submitted yesterday. So I'm gonna allow the owner to speak, and I'm gonna let you to address the whatever decision you wanna make.
Okay, sir. Yes, name and address?
Christopher Bloom, 648 Northeast 16th Terrace, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33304. I'm the property owner.
Okay. You own the LLC?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So tell us what's going on here.
Yes, so this is, it's a level 3 renovation, so it requires full architectural and permitting plans. We began that process a long time ago. I had an initial GC and architect take me through that process. It took twice as long. At the end of that process, the bid came back twice as much. At that point, I brought on a new general contractor to get out, give me a bid, and that's the general contractor that has now submitted the plans as of yesterday. So it's been a lengthy process, but we have been making progress. I've had the plans, since late summer, but it's difficult to find the right general contractor for a job like this. This is a 1940s home going through a level 3 renovation. It's not as simple as just submitting a permit. So we've worked through all that. We've submitted the plans to the city yesterday, so I'm hoping that this is the finish line of getting things on track and the starting line of moving forward with construction and permitting.
Okay.
And I would request a 90-day extension and suspending the accruing fines so that we can get through the full permitting process.
Okay, the property's not occupied, right?
No.
Okay. 90-day extension, what do you think?
I would go 63.
63 is.
I just want to let you know, your magistrate, that this was a full renovation on progress when I caught them on the property. Exterior walls, interior, everything going on without permits. So I will support 63 days. It's more than enough for them to respond any corrections that the plan examiner ask about the plans.
Okay, I
That
think
is
that's
all.
pretty generous under the circumstances. 63 days will take you to March 23, within which to do it, but, and they will suspend the fines, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they're giving you a break on that. But if not, they will then resume, and you've already accrued $6,200, which is not insurmountable, but it's better that you keep that money to fix it than give it to the city as a fines, right?
Absolutely.
So do the
Full
best you
intention
can.
is getting it done.
Work with him to make sure where you are so he knows, and whatever they can do to accommodate you, they'll do it, but he's giving you almost 2 months without fines to work on this.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, magistrate.
Gotta move on.
Thank you all.
Our next case is on page 5, Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 1616 Northeast 16th Ave, case number BE 2208-0015, owner Kotopuri Realty LLC. Notice posted at the property on 11/28/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Jose Saragusti, building inspector for the city, presenting the case number as read. This case was opened in August 2nd, 2022. I visited the property in August 5th and found accessory structure in the backyard. The property was cited for work without permit under Florida Building Code 2020-105.1. The case was opened in August 5, 2022. Inspection report was mailed to the owner on August 5, 2022. Final notice was made on September 14, 2022, and notice of hearing was posted on the property in November 18, 2022. I received a call from the property owner, Mr. Jose Sigala, is here, and he's in the process. He's working to have the permit issue. I will let the respondent to speak.
Okay. Your name and address?
Good morning, Magistrate. My name is Jose Sigala. I'm representing my brother, who is the owner of the property.
This is an investment property, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So we received the notice of the city, and we hired a company. That company, that working for us. We hired another one in October the 3rd, and they have been running late with all the process. But I have the invoice that I paid that day to hire the architectural plans and everything that needs to be done in the city.
Okay. So this is for an accessory structure that looks like it's an outdoor kitchen?
Yeah, it's an accessory structure.
Okay. What do you propose for, what do you suggest for?
I am requesting 28 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, comply means what? What would he have to do?
They need to have the permit issue.
Okay. You could do that in 28 days, you think?
Yes, I think because the permit is already under process.
Okay. All right. 28 days takes you to February 16th to get the permit.
I hope so, yeah.
And then a fine would start? Do we have a fine running on this?
Yes, or $50
$50 a day
thereafter.
if it's not timely complied. So you want to do that and sort of beat the clock, right?
Yes,
You don't-
yes.
you don't
I
want the
called them, and they say that they have been working, and they lied to me because I speak with Mr. Saragusti, and they submit in January, and they tell me that they submit in November.
Okay.
So,
Okay, well, you got 4 weeks to do it.
okay.
There should be ample time to get it done, yes? Okay, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Stay in touch with the inspector.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 35. Chief George Oliva, property address 3080 Northeast 47th Court. Owner, Westchester House Association, Inc. Case number BE 2004-0323. This case was first heard 2/18/21 to comply by 8/19/21. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $15,700, which continues to accrue.
George Olive on behalf of the city. This report was submitted to us back in October 2020, and repairs were required. At this moment, we don't have any compliance or engineer letter telling us that they want to have a second extension of time of 180 days. So at this moment, the city cannot provide another extension of time according to the law and the rules. So we're requesting the full amount. Once they obtain compliance, we'll be back here to have a lien reduction.
Okay. You are, sir?
Good morning, Michael Emmer on behalf of the Association Westchester House,
Okay, what kind of property is this?
the condominium,
How many units?
38.
Okay. So he's sort of hands are tied on what he can do here. The fine is fixed. It continues to accrue at $100, $100 a day. So this has got to get done for safety for the people, obviously.
We've spoken with Mr. Oliva and Ms. Williams about this. There were reports submitted, but they were submitted in March and April of '22, but they're not on the forms that the city needs, and we need original signatures and a seal. That we're working on. We're new contractors on the property that is dealing with the engineer, and we hope to have it within less than 30 days.
You don't have what?
We hope to have the required reports within 30 days.
Okay, well, again, getting the seal and sign, it's almost a year since that happened. A year has gone by. These people are in a building that may be unsafe. We don't know.
Well, the reports reflect that all the work that was necessary to be done from the original report in 2020, they have been done. They're
Okay.
just not on the forms that are.
Okay, but again, I don't know why it takes a year to get them on the right forms, but,
They had a falling out with the engineer and the contractor who refused to cooperate,
okay.
and we've struggled to try to get them to sign the forms, and hopefully the new contractor will be able to get them.
Okay, so what we want to do is let this continue to accrue, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so it's going to continue to accrue until you can get the reports in properly on the right forms, signed and sealed, and then you want to stop the clock because the fines are running. You know, that's a substantial fine every day, $30,000 a month.
Right.
Which I'd rather you spend the money on getting the property fixed or whatever it takes than giving it to the city. The city doesn't want to make money off of the people that live here, right? Okay. All right, so it will continue to accrue. Work with your engineer to get what they need as soon as possible, so that it's in compliance, all right?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Hansbrough, at this time, the city is requesting a brief recess.
You got it. How much time you want? 10? Yeah. 10-minute recess.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 24. Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 1104 Southwest 22nd Ave. Owner Juan E. Martinez. Case number BE 2205-0138. This case was first heard on 9/15/22. Okay, we're going to call a different case. Thank you. Our next case is on page 21. Inspector Alejandro Del Rio. Property address 717 Pennsylvania Avenue. Case number BE 211-20062. Owner, Yves Finellis, homestead exempted for Marie Vida Maxinat. This case was first heard on 6/16/22 to comply by 7/14/22. Fine suspended as noted. One section complied at $50. Total cost $3,100. City is requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $439.15.
Okay.
Good morning, Building Inspector Del Rio, updating case as read. Case is already in compliance. The property owner resolved the situation as soon as we cited them. I'm gonna let them explain what was the delay and why some fines accrue.
Okay. Yes, tell us your name and address.
Good morning. I'm his daughter. My name is Marie Finellis. My address is 717 Pennsylvania Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33312.
Okay.
The issue with the contractor has been resolved, and my father is requesting if we could have the fees waived or reduced.
Okay. So it's in compliance.
It is in compliance, yeah. Their problem was the contractor didn't obtain the CO after finishing the job and having the final inspection, and it left to them to deal with the CO, which for the property owner is not easy to do. So I wouldn't be opposed on waiving the fines.
To waive them completely?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's pretty generous. He's offered to do that for you. So
Thank you.
the fines will be waived for you.
All right, thank
Wasn't
you.
your
Thank
fault.
you.
You tried to do the best you could.
All right.
Okay? All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to page 24, Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 1104 Southwest 22nd Ave. Owner Juan E. Martinez, case number BE 2205-0138. This case was first heard on 9/15/22 to comply by 11/17/22. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,100, which continues to accrue.
Inspector Martinez updating case on behalf of the city. Case number not as read. This case is not in compliance. At this moment, the city is requesting for a 63-day extension and for to state the fines.
Suspend the fines.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir. Your name and address?
Good morning. My name is Juan Martinez. 1104 Southwest 22nd Avenue,
Okay.
Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. So he's offering to give you more time, 63 days, which will take you to March 23, and the fines will not run from now until then. But then after that, the fines will go back in if you're not done.
Okay.
Okay? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is a new business case on page 3. Inspector Hector Suarez, property address 1300 Southwest 28th Ave, 1-2. Case number BE 2209-0139. Mara E. and Jose Mazariago. Notice posted at the property on 12/27/22, posted at City Hall on 1/5/23.
Good morning, Inspector Suarez presenting case BE 2209-0139, 1300 Southwest 28th Avenue. Property was first inspected on September 29, 2022, and the following violation was observed as depicted in the photos. 91D, any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in this section. There is construction work at this property that was started or completed without obtaining The required permit consistent of, but not limited to, white wood fence, which was removed, and window. So the only violation right now is for the window. Inspection report was mailed to owner listed on BCPA on September 30th, 2022. Final notice sent on November 1st, 2022. Notice of hearing posted to property by Inspector Holloway on December 27, 2022. As a pre-hearing inspection on January 13, 2023, there is a permit applied for, but it is not issued. Violation remains. The city is requesting 42 days or $50 per day thereafter for violation.
Okay. Yes, your name and address?
Jose Mazariegos, 1300 Southwest 28th Ave,
Okay.
Lauderdale.
So he's proposing to give you 42 days to get this fixed up about the window, okay?
Thank you.
That will be March 2nd to get it done.
Thank
Or
you.
a fine starts.
Just for the record, they do have a permit applied for. It's BLD-WIN-23010055, and the plan set is submitted. So we're just waiting for plans, they're waiting for plans examiners to look at the permit and get it
It's for the
approved and
city
issued.
to follow up for you, right?
Yeah, we're working on it.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Well, again, if it's not timely done, a fine starts after the 42 days of $50 a day, which nobody wants to do. So let's hope we get everything done. The fence is gone, so it makes it simple just to fix the window and deal with that, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, sir.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
One moment, please. Okay, because it's on here twice. Our next case is on page 7. It's a new business case. One second. Inspector Nash Maddock, Inspector Jorge Martinez presenting on his behalf. Property address 900 Northeast 18th Ave, 701. Case number BE 22070026. Owner Anna Sophia Chapels. Notice posted at the property on 1/4/23. Posted at City Hall 1/5/23.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. Any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in this section. There is construction work at this property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits. Consisting of, but not limited to, kitchen remodeling and new flooring. The city will request 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
62 days, right?
63.
63, okay. Yes, your name and address?
Hi, I'm Anna Sophia Chapels, and I own the property at 900 18th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. As he mentioned, yes, like we had removed the flooring and a few cabinets in the kitchen, thinking that that was okay, advised by a contractor who actually ended up not being legitimate. We are now in the process of getting a contractor. I have all plans in place. We just need the final, permit application to be submitted.
Okay. Well, he's given you until March 23 within which to do that and obtain the permit, right? So they have to file it and then they get and obtain the permit.
Okay.
If not, then a fine of $50 a day would start if it's not timely done.
Okay.
So you want to make sure that the new person is doing this out for you, okay?
Of course. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day.
Our next case is on page 31. Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 3025 Center Ave, case number BE 211-20013. Owner Lakshmi P. Adapalli and Kranti Alapati. This case was first heard on 6/16/22 to comply by 8/18/22. Fine suspended as noted. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,100, which continues to accrue.
Okay.
Your Magistrate, Inspector Martinez, representing the city, case analysis as read. The case is not comply. I'm going to allow the defendant to speak.
Okay. Yes, sir. Name and address?
My name is Matt Roque. I'm the property manager for 3025 Center Avenue.
Okay.
So We originally had a few permit issues. We've solved all of them. One of them was a illegal garage conversion that we bought the house with. We went to a variance meeting, which we had when I requested the extension previous in this hearing. I didn't realize how long the variance was going to take. So I didn't qualify for the first meeting. I had to wait for the second. And once I got to the second, they extended it to a third. So during my extension time, I wasn't able to perform any work on the building. So we're requesting an extension but we did submit for a permit already. Now that we know the results, which came out on 1/4/23 for the variance.
So this was a garage converted into an apartment, but it hasn't been approved for a variance yet.
The variance was denied, so now we're going to put it back into a garage, and we've applied for the demo permit.
You need to restore it, okay.
We didn't do the conversion. We bought the house that way.
Understood, but you own, that's a property you own now anyhow.
Yes, exactly.
Inherited it.
The demolition of the garage and bringing back to the original stage is in process, so.
We expect to have the permit within early next week. The amount of time the work will take to turn into an actual garage is just the garage door being delivered takes a little bit of time. But so I don't want to have to come back and extend again. So I would request 60 days, but we'd be thankful for anything.
28 days would be more than enough for them to obtain the permit.
So
We'll have the permit before then.
okay, 28 days takes you to February 16th, but the fines are going to continue to accrue. Will there be a suspension of the fines between now and then?
Let's give him, the suspension of the fine. In 28 days, the permit should be out of the city.
Okay, otherwise the fines resume.
Yes, sir.
Were there fines to begin with? I thought they were always suspended.
It looks like this $3,100 is due up until now, right?
Yes, sir.
So there's fines that are on the property that have to be resolved.
Okay.
Like I've talked to you about before, if it warrants what's called a lien reduction application, you can look into that.
Okay.
When the property is in full compliance.
Okay.
And then follow carefully what the regulations are for the application to do that. That's not a lot of money, but I'm sure it is a lot of money to you, and it was to anybody.
Yeah, it's been over $100,000 on
Okay,
permits.
well, you might want to consider that once it's in compliance, okay?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you, Magistrate. Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Our next case is also on page 31 at the bottom. Property address 5300 Powerline Road A. Owner, Deezer Powerline LLC. Case number BE 21030001. This case was first heard 9/16/21 to comply by 3/17/22. Fine suspended as noted. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $18,100, which continues to accrue.
Okay.
Your Magistrate, Inspector Martinez, representing the city. Case analysis as read. The case is not in compliance. This case was opened on September 16 of 2021. I'm gonna let the defendant to speak.
Okay.
Good morning, Magistrate. Rafael De Arujo. I'm in-house counsel for Desert Powerline. We own the property. We have our contractor apparently was getting feedback from the city for an as-built permit that was submitted. The employee that was handling that was not providing that to the architect and was subsequently fired as soon as we found out. The contractor has hired a permitting expediter, and they have submitted the revised plans from the architect. So we're respectfully requesting an extension just to get this resolved and to move this forward.
What period of time are you seeking?
Abundance of caution, 60 days, but we will appreciate any time that the city will grant us.
Your Honor, like I said, the case been open since 2021. City, it would be agreed to 28-day extension.
Okay, so that's something. 20 days without fines running, right?
Yes, sir.
Suspend the fines. So it gives you a break there for 4 weeks to try to get this resolved. But you want to get it resolved because there's just no point.
Yes, we do.
$18,000 is a lot of money for anybody, including a company. As I said before, there's a process to seek a reduction if and when it's ever in compliance, okay?
Okay, thank you, Magistrate.
So 28 days,
Thank you, officer.
fine suspended.
Thank you.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 32. Chief George Oliva, property address 609 Bayshore Drive, case number BE 2107-0344. Owner 609 Bayshore Drive, Inc. This case was first heard on 12/16/21 to comply by 6/14/22. One section complied at $100. Total cost $8,300. City is requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $575.
Okay.
George Oliva for the city. This case came into compliance and the city's in agreement to reduce the fine to $575.
Okay, I'm sure that's okay with you?
Yes.
Your name is?
John Sufront with Sufront Construction Engineering, representing the condo association.
On behalf of the association, okay.
Yes,
What-
sir.
What is this, a condo or what is it?
It's a condo, yes, sir, or co-op, if I'm not.
575 is very generous.
We
so
accept it.
They should know that they got a very good break here on what was done, okay? All
And
right.
just for the record, we had the property, we had the plans, the permits, and all that approved by May. There was just some miscoordination between the
Okay, well,
resubmission of the 40-year.
fortunately, the costs are very minimal.
Yes.
They're due within 30 days, okay?
Thank you.
They'll send an invoice to whoever gets the notice.
Yes, sir. Thank
All
you.
right, sir, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 23. Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 1800 North Victoria Park Road. Case number BE 2201-0030. Owner Vitaly Pilayatsky and Lyubov Vayner. Excuse me for the pronunciation. This case was first heard on 8/18/22 to comply by 11/17/22. One section complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $900.
Jose Saragusti, building inspector for the city, presenting the case number as read. This case is comply. I will let the respondent to speak.
Okay, yes, sir, name and address?
Vitaly Pilavsky, 1800 North Victoria Park Road.
This is a house?
It's a house, yes.
Okay.
We were in the process of opening permits. We did open the permits. It just took a little longer than expected. Once the permits were opened, we complied within like 10 days.
Okay.
So we asked to waive all the fees and just move forward.
Well, I'm not sure they're gonna want to completely waive the fees. What do you think about that?
The city agree with $275 fines.
Costs? For your costs, right?
Admin
Two
costs?
other fees. It's not admin's cost, it's fees, fines, sorry, for $275.
So it's a fine of $275 under the circumstances, which certainly less than one third of 900, due within 30 days, okay?
Yep, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 13. Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 721 Southwest 7th Ave. Owner 721 Tarpon River LLC. Case number BE 2212-0055. Notice posted at the property on 12/27/22. Posted at City Hall 1523.
The respondent left.
Oh, then, yeah, let's pass it.
Recall? Okay.
Is on page 27. Property address 1633 Northeast 16th Ave. Case number BE 211-10124. Excuse me. Owner, Charon Fam Trust, Norman Charon trustee. This case was first heard on 5/19/22 to comply by 6/16/22. One section complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $5,800.
Jose Saragusti, building inspector from the city, presenting the case as read. The case is comply. I will let the respondent, the new owner, to speak.
Okay, your name and address?
Good morning, Christina Williams. I'm the new owner of the home. I'm trying to deal with the aftermath at 1633 Northeast 16th Avenue.
After talk with the new owner, he bought the property and found all these issues without permit. The city is requesting $1,174.
1174?
$1,174.
Okay, so those are the costs for their time on it?
Yes,
To resolve it?
Yes.
Which is pretty reasonable. That's like less than 1/5 of the amount that was due, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry you had a rough time with acquiring the property, but you have underground pool. What is an underground pool? I didn't understand what that meant.
I'm just,
It's a pool on site.
it's a
underground.
regular pool.
Pool in the what?
It's on the
It's I
ground.
mean in-ground.
In-ground.
It's,
Oh,
it's
okay.
yeah, it's a
Oh,
regular
in-ground.
in-ground
I went
pool.
underground pool. That's just,
I know.
sounds like James Bond or something. I don't know what that was.
Were there monies escrowed for the violation in the sale?
That was the whole point, because I'm dealing with this whole mess that has occurred before me. So there's money in escrow, and the previous owner, it's all legally written down that he has to pay all these fines, including all the fines for all the other properties, because he owns many properties and there are rules and regulations broken on every property. There has been 6 pools built illegally, Airbnb performed illegally, which of course I have nothing to do with, but I'm dealing with the aftermath, and there's money in escrow, yes.
Okay.
So typically, Your Honor, I mean, if there's money, how much was escrowed for this violation?
$30K.
So, Your Honor, typically, the escrow, if it's done in a typical manner, the money escrowed, any savings on the violation would go back to the seller and not to the current property owner. And if the prior property owner is a good repeat customer, I'm not sure why we would consider reducing the fine.
I don't know. I don't know who is paying that one, but is the original owner. I agree with the $5,800 amount, because they have, at least with me, 4 or 5 cases from the same violation.
Your Honor, it would be just a suggestion from me that the full amount be imposed, because based upon the current property owner's representation that was more than sufficient money
So
escrowed.
it won't come from her.
It won't come from
her
her.
proceeds.
Yes, sir.
Well, there has to be more stuff done, because the thing is, the pool company he hired, they were also very unprofessional. So for example, because the pool was built without permits, now they couldn't do the proper inspections in between. Now they had to reopen some of the stuff again when they try to put the cement on again. More cement dropped inside the pool, so now I have huge cement blocks inside the pool. Now they got to drain the whole pool. Now they got to refix that. So there will be more money probably being taken out of the escrow. I'm not sure how much the costs will be of fixing it all before we can even call final inspection, because the pool has not been final inspected yet.
Wouldn't that have been a credit for you issued at closing, not an escrow amount?
So what I was told is, if the seller does not pay all the fines and I will be left with all this, then I have to pay for everything, fines, doing the pool done, and all that. So I have no idea at this moment how much will it cost to get the pool properly fixed, and all the other fines, because the owner, it's a trust, and all the other properties are now relying on me as well. So I have no idea how much all the other fines from all the other properties are, which I will be reliable, even though they have nothing to do with me in the end. So I'm even worried that 30K might not even be enough.
Right, no, I'm just, I mean, and obviously you had hopefully an attorney representing you at closing, but typically how escrows work, that money, any savings from a lien being, an amount being pulled from that would go back to the seller.
No, it will go back. It will. If he doesn't comply with all of this and doesn't pay and doesn't fix all the issues, May 1st, I will get the 30K, and then I have to deal with all of the stuff that he has been doing illegally.
What's your recommendation? We're not that far apart in money.
Yeah, I'll leave it to Your Honor. I mean, that's
Okay,
atypical to how escrow generally works in.
Is it worth deferring it?
No, I mean, the
Not for that kind
current
of money.
property owner's here. I mean, she's obviously got issues to deal with, so I'll
Okay.
rely on Your Honor's
Okay.
discretion.
So you said 1174. is the number that you are seeking from the
The
city.
1174 is the amount that I request.
Okay, so let's do that, 1174 from those proceeds. It doesn't sound like he's the kind of guy we would want to give any money back to, but it sounds more complicated than to try to figure it out in all too much time, and I don't want to hold you up on this.
Thank you very much.
Let's do that within 30 days, okay?
I appreciate that. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, good luck with it.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 36. Inspector Alejandro Del Rio, property address 2670 East Sunrise Boulevard parking. Owner Sunrise at Galleria LLC, case number BE 211-20119. This case was first heard on 6/16/22 to comply by 10/2022. Fine suspended as noted. One section not complied at $100.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city. Updating case as read. I'm going to let the respondent speak.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Tenney's. I represent Sunrise LLC. This is the Galleria Hotel, the parking garage. We have some repairs we need to make. We are currently in the city for permit. I'm requesting an extension of 180 days to obtain that permit and then get the work complete.
Okay, it looks like a lot of work to be done still.
Yeah, it's a quite a big project. City wouldn't oppose to the 182-day extension.
You're okay with 182?
Yes, sir.
Without fines running?
It doesn't have fines running.
But there's no fines on it right now. Okay. So 182 takes you to July 20th of this year, okay?
Yes, sir.
But you want to get it done because I don't want to have it brought back for fines.
We're trying.
It's an older hotel, I presume, right?
It is. It's an older hotel that we acquired last year, so we kind of
Is this on the,
acquired this mess.
on the intercoastal?
It is.
Okay, all right. Okay, that'll be the order.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next case is on page 27. Inspector Jose Saragusti, presenting on behalf of Inspector Nash Maddock. Property address 2943 Coral Shores Drive, case number CE 200-50269. Owner Mike M. Sabzilli. This case was first heard on 6/16/22 to comply by 8/18/22. One section complied at $50. City is requesting to vacate the order from 10/20/22 to impose fines and request that fines are reimposed to administrative costs to $861.06.
Okay.
Jose Saragusti, Building Inspector for the city, presenting the case number as read. The case is comply. I will let the respondent to speak.
Good morning,
Yes, sir.
Your Honor.
Name and
Mike
address?
Mike Sabzali, 2943 Coral Shores Drive,
Okay.
Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, so that's what they're offering to do. Vacate the old order, get rid of the old order, put a new one in there, and have you pay the cost of $861.06.
I'm requesting a reduction or waiving of that fine, as this was held up in engineering, and the engineering officer were changed, and they were being crossed.
Okay, but were pavers installed without a permit originally?
Correct, correct.
What's
The
city's
city will
response?
agree in $275.
275?
Yeah.
Okay. It's gonna be $275 then, within 30 days, okay?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, appreciate your time coming
you.
down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 22. Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 620 Northwest 15th Ave. Owner, Anair Gonzalez, Edgar Lima, case number BE 211-20011. This case was first heard on 4/14/22 to comply by 6/16/22. Fine suspended as noted, one section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $6,250, which continues to accrue.
Inspector Saragusti, representing the city of Orloe, presenting the case as read. No permit issue for this violation. I will let the respondent to speak.
Okay,
Hi, good
but
morning.
it's not in compliance, right?
It's not in compliance.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Good
Name and address.
morning. My name is Anair Gonzalez. I'm the homeowner of 620 Northwest 15th Avenue.
Okay,
I've actually been working on the property, and I have been hoping to just get a 2-month extension. That is about as much time as I will need to complete all the permits. I have already submitted the permits. There's only one that I'm pending, and that is because the work was done by the previous owner, not by myself. So the windows and doors don't all have stickers on them. So I'm doing my research to get those certified. But that is the only one that I'm pending information on. So about 2 months at most is what I would need to just get everything wrapped up.
Okay, so she's
The
looking for,
city doesn't oppose 56-day extension and stop the fines.
okay,
And mandatory reappearance, please.
mandatory appearance?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to come back, to be done 56 days, takes you to March 16th, and then they will stop the fines in the meantime, okay?
Okay,
So you want to
thank
make
you so
sure
much.
that you're diligent to get it done.
Yes,
But it sounds like
absolutely. Thank you guys so much.
You're on the way to getting it done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is at the top of page 28. Inspector Jose Saragusi presenting on behalf of Nashmatic. Property address 3051 Northeast 47th Court, 207. Case number BE 2201-0122. Owner, Rafael Esteban Sierra, Ayulia Sierra. This case was first heard on 6/16/22 to comply by 8/18/22. One section complied at $50. Total fines $2,300. The city is requesting to reduce fines to administrative cost of $946.24.
Jose Saragusti, building inspector for the city, presenting the case number as read. The case is comply. I will let the respondent to speak.
Okay, your name and address?
Good morning. My name is Yulia Sierra. I'm the owner of the property. So during our purchase, halfway, we found out that property had the violations, and we agree with the seller. So we purchased the property, and I started finding the contractor right away because I never dealt with it before. We found the contractor, we agreed on the plans, quotes, ATC, and during the COVID, then we have to find another contractor to speed up the process and comply within 90 days for the permits, which was filed in a timely manner, and unfortunately it took city a little bit longer to approve those permits, and as soon as they were approved, the violation was removed.
Okay, the case is in compliance though, right?
Sorry?
It's in compliance?
Is it comply? Yeah.
So they're saying that they would seek the payment of $946.24.
Yes, I'm asking the city to reduce the fees.
To reduce that even lower?
Yes, please, because we try to comply as fast as possible, but fortunately, condominium, it's harder to deal with.
The city will agree with $350 fines.
How much?
$350.
$350, okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, within 30 days, okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me. Our next case is on page 23. Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 901 West Las Olas Boulevard. Owner, Titari Honorable. Case number BE 2205-0088. This case was first heard on 9/15/22 to comply by 11/17/22. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,100, which continues to accrue.
Okay.
Inspector Martinez updating case on behalf of the city. Case number and address as read. This case is not in compliance, but permits have been applied for. So the city is requesting for a 63-day extension and to state the fines.
And suspend fines?
Yes.
Okay, yes, your name and address?
No, I'm John Longchamps in English, Zia Construction.
Okay, so you're here for the owner?
Correct.
Okay. So
I didn't hear about the fines.
It's 63 days to finish this up, which will take you to, what is the date here? I should memorize these by now. March 23, and then suspend the fines, meaning the fines won't run in the meantime.
Okay.
That 63 days, there will be no daily fine.
But there are current fines of $3,100 that we'll have to.
Those are still left there
That we'll have to address.
when it's in compliance.
Okay, so later on, we can come back and mitigate those fines? Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, sir, thank you.
Our next case is on page 36. Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 5560 Northeast 26th Ave. Owner, Michael, he's not there? 1 second, sir, the inspector's not here. We can go on to page 30. Inspector Leonardo Martinez. Property address 1384 Southwest 22nd Ave. Owner Sauer Vandenberg, case number BE 22010063. This case was first heard on 5/19/22 to comply by 8/18/22. Fine suspended as noted, one section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,100, which continues to accrue.
Good morning, Your Magistrate. Inspector Martinez, representing the city, case and others as read. This was a case where several violations were found in the property. The case started on January 13 of 2022, okay? So after having meetings with the architect that the owner hired, so far and so on, I mean, they applied for a few permits. And it was clear on these permits that a roof should be removed. I mean, on the drawings that the architect submitted with the permit application, that roof wasn't existing. I mean, it should be removed, okay? So I visited this property a couple of days ago, and I found out that the roof wasn't removed. The roof was on place. If you want, Katie, I have some pictures there, just to, so the magistrate have an idea of what's going on in this property. I just put the pictures of the roof. It's in the back elevation. So the problem here is, Your Magistrate, that a part of the violation was resolved with the permits issue, but the roof, they left it on place. So at this time, at this moment, I explained to the owner that the city won't support any other extension. When he comes into compliance, he can, I mean, we will support a lien reduction. Okay? This is all part of the violation that.
All right, your name and address, sir?
Good morning. My name is Sauer Vandenberg. I'm the owner of 1384 Southwest 22nd Avenue. So I got professional people to deal with this whole situation. It seems I have to replace my professional architect, and that's happening today, already meeting scheduled. Like you said, there was some permits applied. We got all the permits, and all that is in compliance.
One more.
The roof section is 8 by 8 over, and over that was a pitch roof. It was a flat roof on the side. But back to this property, I rented it out, and when COVID was there was a rentee, and he didn't pay me for 3 years, so over $40,000. I tried to evict him after we were allowed to, after the COVID said, okay, you can't use that as an excuse anymore. Then he filed for bankruptcy and he stayed longer. So that's stressing to April this year. The architect, and we had a violations. We wanted to get all this resolved, and we couldn't resolve it because he didn't want us to get on there. Even
because he what?
We couldn't get to the property. That was one of the biggest issues.
That was, I didn't understand.
The biggest issue. We couldn't get to the property.
Okay.
So.
Well, what are you seeking now?
No, what we doing now is we got the new architect. He's going to redo the drawings, because the drawings that was presented, that's not what I asked for. And I wasn't, I thought what I was asking for, that was presented to the city. So today, there's going to be a new architect, and I'm going to ask to redo this permit.
Okay.
The city don't support any extension. We will agree,
Not
not
supporting?
support any extension. We will agree that when the case come into compliance,
Lien reduction.
yeah, a lien
Okay,
reduction.
so it means you're gonna have to address this roof. The fines will continue to accrue. They're already at $3,100. As I mentioned earlier, there's a process called a lien reduction process, that once the property is in compliance, if you fill out the application and it warrants considering reducing the fine, that could be done by myself or the other magistrate, depending on the facts of the case. But it can't be done until you're in compliance with them. It needs a new roof, right?
Yes, sir. The roof structure is not just the roof covering, it's the whole entire structure. If you take a look at it, at the picture, is that light shingles color of what was added without permit.
Right.
So it's the rough structure, not only the roof covering.
Okay, so
If I can show anybody, I got pictures here too of the existing. So the roof have to be replaced, but if I have to take this one off, it will, then this whole section, before I can redo the shingles and stuff.
okay,
So this,
he's gonna have to meet with you because I can't negotiate.
No, I already explained it to him several times, so.
no, we met today. My person who represented me, he's the one that they discussed it, but I didn't agree or they didn't ask for what they presented or asked for the permit. I asked him to get in compliance, to get the drawings out there, and then this is what is there. We need.
Well, he tells you what it needs to meet the Florida building code.
Yeah, I thank him because I have people now that's going to come and see him every day till we get this.
Okay, well, again, you can take the time you need, but the more time you take, the more fines accrue every day. So the faster you get it done that meets the building code, he doesn't control the building code. What's the building code said? He inspects. So if you can get that done with your new architect, and he can work with you to get that done, get it in compliance, the fine will certainly increase between now and then. But if it warrants it, you'll consider a lien reduction, possibly supporting it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Is there any extension possibility?
No,
for
he
you guys?
He said no, the fines are gonna run.
Okay.
This has been running on for almost since May 19th, so,
Thank you, sir.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Our next case is on page 36. Inspector Jose Salgusti, property address 5560 Northeast 26th Ave, case number BE 211-20098. Owner Michael Raymond Walton, Michelle Lafria. This case was first heard on 9/15/22 to comply by 11/17/22. Fine suspended as noted. One section not complied at $50.
Jose Saragusti, building inspector for the city, presenting the case number as read. No permit issue for this violation. The case is not comply. I will let the respondent to speak.
Okay, let me ask you, I know tiki huts, if they're built by the Seminoles, they don't need permits when they build them. But if you have electrical and water, you do need permits.
The tiki hut made by the Indian anyway will request the permit because the zoning office need to approve that one.
Okay, all
It's
right.
not a building, but it's zoning. Anyway, it's a permit.
It's what?
Zoning.
Zoning, okay. Okay, gotcha, okay. Yes, sir, your name and address?
Mike Walton, the owner, 5560 Northeast 26th Ave.
Okay.
We're currently going through the variance process. And so I met with the group last month, and they requested some changes to be done on the drawings so that we can present to the zoning committee. So that's currently in process.
Okay, but this fine is only $50? Is that what we're talking about?
I'm not talking about the fine. I will.
Oh, nothing's accrued yet? So
The permit's been submitted, but there was an issue with zoning.
Okay.
So now we're going to.
Try to get permission to keep it.
Yeah, to go
Under
through a
zoning
variance
law.
process.
Under zoning law, okay. What do we recommend doing with this one?
The city will agree with 56-day extension.
Okay, with no fines running.
It's not fine. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll give you almost 2 months to try to get this resolved. Hopefully that's enough time. March 16th of this year, okay?
Yep.
Okay, work with the inspector if something is slowing down because of the zoning people.
Well, I do know when you do the variance, there's only certain days of the month that you can submit, and then it goes in. I think they only meet once a month as well. But
Okay.
by the next update, I should hopefully at least have a date of when it will be heard.
Okay, we'll work with them to try to get that resolved. We'll try to work with you on it.
No, absolutely.
I will request also mandatory reappearance.
Okay, so you would come back, all right?
Yeah.
Okay, mandatory
On
reappearance.
March 16th, you said.
Right. That won't be the date to come back, will it? It will be? March 16th, you would reappear, yes.
Okay.
That's correct. Thank you, sir.
Sir, you have to get back on the Board of Adjustment?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, you're saying you have to get back on the Board of Adjustment hearing after you made corrections? Or is
Yeah,
it?
well, I was on the the opening one where they went through the drawings and the plans, and they made recommendations of what I needed to do to the drawings in order to submit.
Resubmit and then
Right,
get
so
back.
I'm in that process right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Our next case, the new business case on page 1, Inspector Alexander Alboris, property address 603 Northeast 13th Street, case number BE 22110132, owner Queen Progress Investments, Inc. Notice posted at the property on 12/20/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Do we have a respondent?
Queen Progress Investments, anybody here?
Someone signed in. Oh.
Alexander Labores, building inspector for the city, presenting case number and address as read. Initially, I visited this property on November 30, 2022 to investigate a complaint from the fire department regarding work and change of use without permit. During this inspection, I was not able to make contact with anyone's records and plans related to this building show 5 bays in this building. Bay A is for bakery, it's a permitted bakery. Bay B, it's a permitted takeout restaurant. Upon online research and comparing multiple listing photos, it was determined that work without permit was performed at Bay C, including but not limited to structural steel I-beams supporting the mezzanine removed and or modified, structural steel columns supporting I-beams / mezzanine removed and or relocated, air conditioning air handler removed and or relocated, walls removed at the mezzanine level, bathroom partitions wall extended up to the twin roof system, illegal change of use without the change of use permit. The property was cited for violation of 2020 Florida Building Code Broward County Amendment, Section 105.1. On 12/1/2022, I visited the property again to post a courtesy inspection notice and found what appeared to be preparations for an event at Bay C.
Preparations for what?
For an event, a wedding. I spoke with Mr. Luis Mayer, who informed me that his family rented the bay to celebrate a wedding and were expecting approximately 80 guests. Mr. Mayer gave us access into the building, which included Bay C and adjacent bays D and E, accessible from Bay C. During this inspection, we found that additional illegal construction and unfinished work was performed to include demolition, partitions, elevated second floor plumbing and electrical. A stop work order was posted. Later this day, we met with Mr. Zohar Kaufman, who identified himself as the tenant leasing the warehouse to operate an event venue. We informed Mr. Kaufman of the stop work order posted and explained the violation. In addition, we also informed him that no work is to continue until required permits are issued and that a change of use permit is required. A revised inspection report reflecting the new discoveries was mailed to the owner on 12/2/2022. Later on December 9, 2022, the fire department advised our division that while conducting a life safety evaluation, it was noted that new exit doors have been installed after the stop work order was posted on 12/1/2022. Photographs show that north exterior masonry wall at Bay C was cut out to fit a steel frame double door not yet attached. Detective Hayes with the Fort Lauderdale Police Department was notified regarding the unlawful continuance of work after a stop work order was posted. As of yesterday, change of use permit application, record number BLD-CU-22120010 was submitted on December 30, 2022. This current status is awaiting client's reply since January 5th, 2023.
Awaiting whose reply?
Waiting client replies, meaning there's corrections that need to be made to the construction documents.
Okay.
So it's up to the permit holder now to address those corrections.
Okay.
And there's a second permit record, window and door permit application BLD-WIN-22120087 was submitted, and it's also awaiting client's reply. The city is requesting for the magistrate to find that the violation exists and grant the property owner 56 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 per day thereafter, and an order to reappear in 56 days.
Okay, is it $100 per violation or
There's
total?
one violation. in
One
this case.
violation total for $100?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
The respondent is here. This time he's going to
If
speak.
you tell us who you are, name and address?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Dylan Legai. I am a project manager assigned to this particular work on behalf of the owner and the tenant. And we've been in contact continually with the city on this, and the inspectors, and totally are fine to work with that. And we thank you as we continue finishing this up. Thank you, city,
Okay,
for working
I mean,
with us.
this to me looks like some dangerous stuff had been done, removing, supporting mezzanine. I mean, that was dangerous.
I got brought into that after that happened, but
Bring
yes,
80 people in there for an event makes it trebly dangerous.
totally agree. My architect firm is
There's
working
nobody in
on,
this building while this is being done, right? No,
that's
it's not
correct.
being
There's a
rented out.
stop work order and
I mean,
no
the fact that they have to
action.
call the police for people working after a stop work order is not acceptable at all.
Yeah, when I got brought in, that had occurred afterwards, but I was aware that that occurred, and the tenant and the business owners, property owners are in compliance, are adhering to that.
Okay, all right.
One other thing, there was some, just to say, there were some structural engineer letters provided with inspections that did validate the work. Of course, there'll be records needed for that, beyond that, but that is a current record, or perhaps that is the record.
Okay,
So there
what's-
was some on-site structural
What's
compliance.
going on with this, looks like a restaurant is an operation. That's not operating, is it?
There's a separate unit, Unit A and Unit B, that are not part of this code case. It's a multi-divided property.
Right.
And they are in compliance.
Are operating in there
Unless there's something I
okay,
don't
right?
know.
Yes, a unit B and unit B, there have, it was permitted, the change of use.
So that restaurant that you're showing me pictures of, that's permitted and safe?
The restaurant, no, the photographs are exclusively for Bay C.
So what is that picture? Shows a picture of hanging lights and restaurant
Let
tables
me
and
look
chairs. What is
which
that?
photograph.
Right
This
there.
photograph right now, it's Bay C.
Is that the one that's legal or not?
That's not legal, no, sir.
Why are people in here?
I don't even know what photo, I'd have to see what we're referring to.
Picture over there, right?
No, there's no photos. Check.
Can you see it?
I see some photos now, yes.
Okay.
That's a cosmetic facade wall. I don't think that's the photo in question, or?
This is, well, his question is if this is Bay C and this is Bay C. This particular photograph is showing the partitions over in the restroom that were extended without a permit to the roof twin T system.
Well, I'm concerned. I see tables and chairs.
Yes, this is the day that the second time we showed up, there was an event venue taking place. And these photographs were taken this day on December.
Okay, so this is not legally certified for
No,
occupancy?
sir.
That's correct.
All right, nobody's in here operating.
Correct.
They better not be.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay.
That is the case, and that's where we're at now. We are going to get this into,
Again,
I'm brought on now.
Remind them if they do any work over there without, on a violation of a stop work order, the police department will physically arrest people.
That is correct.
That's the point of a stop work order. It's unsafe to have people in there.
I have relayed all of this.
Be sure that they're mindful of that, because there'll be
Yes.
no compromise on safety.
Yes, I know they have made contact with the detective assigned to this.
All right.
There's a line of communication already established with FLPD.
It looks like a lot of work to me. Is 56 days gonna be sufficient, do you think?
There's gonna be, we requesting a mandatory reappearance.
So you'll come back in 56 days?
Days, you'll have the
Yes, Your Honor.
opportunity.
March 16th to reappear again, okay? In front of me or the other magistrate. Let's see where we are.
Yes, sir.
But I certainly don't want to see anybody using any of these things where they are occupying property that he is not certified with a CO.
proper CO.
Certificate of occupancy.
Yes, sir. I totally agree with
I'm
this.
totally serious.
Yes, I'm with you. I got brought in after some of that happened, but
Not
we're
gonna
going to
take
get this into
anybody's
compliance
risk-
now.
Anybody's life at risk because of not paying attention to the law. This is
Yes.
a serious violation.
Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, so you want, or $100 per day if not timely done.
Correct.
All right, that's the order.
Our next case is on page 4 at the bottom. Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 1218 Northwest 18th Street. Owner, JAP Renovation Corp., case number BE 22070145. Notice posted at the property on 11/30/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Jose Saragusti, building inspector for the city, presenting case number.
1 second, I'm sorry. Oh, so what am I saying? I'm saying it right. Okay. Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Jose Saragusti, building inspector for the city, presenting the case number as read. The case is not comply. I will let the respondent to speak.
Okay, so this one had a permit, but it expired.
It's expired permit, correct.
Okay, what is the lettering ATF mean? ATF interior?
After the fact.
After the fact, okay, thank you.
The work was done before the permit was issued.
So he needs an after-the-fact permit, which means it's going to be a double permit fee.
Yes, correct.
All right, under the Florida Building Code. Yes, sir, your name and address.
My name is Jaldario Pena. I am the owner of the property 12.
So you own the corporation? The
Yes.
renovation corporation? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you had a permit, it expired, you need to what are you doing to, renew this and get it done?
Yes, I'm asking it's an extension, to hire new contractors and then to put, new permits.
And new permits?
Yeah,
So you would need new permits, right? They can't.
Yes, they need to reopen the permit. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within next 56 days.
Okay.
Or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay. So 56 days. I'm right, March 16th, right? On the blue thing. Okay. You got March 16th within which to get this done, which is what? To apply for the permits or obtain them?
Have the permit issue.
Get it issued. So permits issued for this work, okay? By then, or the fine starts every day. So that you've heard me say, the city doesn't want the money. They want you to comply,
thank
right?
you very much.
Otherwise, the fine starts, $50 a day.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 26. Property address 1204 Northeast 11th Ave, 1-3. Inspector Inspector Alexander Oboris presenting on his behalf. Owner Frank Bovera, case number BE 21090191. This case was first heard on 6/16/22 to comply by 8/18/22. One section complied at $50. Total amount is $950. The city wishes to impose. No, I'm sorry, it's complied.
It is complied?
Yeah, it's complied. City requesting to impose the full amount of $950.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Building Inspector Alexander Alvarez with the city, updating you in case and address is read. Case is complied. Respondent is here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, afternoon.
Your name and address?
Frank Guevara, 1204 Northeast 11th.
Okay, so you're the owner. Okay.
Yes.
3 units.
Yes. I'm picking up after getting scammed out of a contractor.
Picking up after what?
After getting scammed from a contractor. So I'm finishing it off, and the only thing left is the landscaping, which is the plants that go right in front. I filed for the proper permit, which I have, and it was just maybe about a week off because there's a holiday the first week of September. I think it's Labor Day. I don't remember. So I have, screenshots of applying, submitting, and having it approved. I think I have just under 2 months left to finish it off.
Well, it's in compliance, right?
Yes, the violation is for
Unless
work
we're
without permit.
Talking about a different thing.
Once the
Sorry.
permit is issued, you are in compliance. Now you go through the permit process and schedule your inspections.
Okay, so I'm sorry, because I was confused when I didn't even know the amount until she just said it. But
It's $950.
right, I've been working with Nash, and I've been going through it. I would ask that it please be waived or reduced.
Well, I'm not going to waive it, but is there any city open to a reduction or not?
The case was created by a different inspector. I'll let special magistrate decide if he wants to reduce
Okay.
anything.
Was he cooperative in trying to get these things done?
It appears to be for a new wooden fence, and it was complied.
Okay.
City does not
Do we
object.
know what the city's costs were, or is that what?
I do not know at this moment what the administrative costs are for this case.
Okay. Nothing in the file is going to tell us that? No. All right. Okay. I'll reduce it to $500 from $950. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
If you pay within 30 days.
Yeah.
Again, maybe the cost might be more than that, and you're getting a break. We don't know what they are, but I feel the city has to get paid for the time
Sure.
they spent, so that the taxpayers are not paying for your case. That's what that's about.
Sure.
Okay?
Understood.
All right, $500 within 30 days.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 24. Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 1320 Northwest 19th Street. Owner, Paris Lakes, homestead exempted, Shaniqua L. Williams, case number BE 22010014. This case was first heard on 9/15/22 to comply by 11/17/22. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose fines of $3,100, which continues to accrue.
Inspector Martinez updating case on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. Case is not in compliance. They're working on the permit. The city is requesting for a 63-day extension and to state the fines.
63 day?
63,
And suspend the fines or not?
yes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. What's your name?
Shaniqua Williams, property address 1320 Northwest 19th Street.
So he's offering to give you another 2 months to get this wrapped up?
Yes, because it's a lot of
And
corrections.
then they won't run the fines during that time. There's a fine that's already there. You'll have to deal with that after it's in compliance.
Understood.
And you might be able to seek what this thing I call a lien reduction later on.
Yeah.
But for now, you have time to do it and no fines over your head in the meantime, okay?
I got you, yes,
Okay,
thank you.
that'll be the order.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming down.
Our next case is on page 30, 2442, Inspector Leonardo Martinez, 2442 Bimini Lane, owner 2442 Bimini Lane LLC, case number BE 22070165. This is a citation case. This property was cited on 7/19/22 to comply by 10/7/22. One section not complied at $250. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $25,750, which continues to accrue. Appeal deadline was 8/3/22. No appeal received.
Your Magistrate, Inspector Martinez representing the city, case and others as read. This is a citation case. Case is not in compliance.
Is it in compliance?
It's not.
It's not in compliance. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Your name and address?
My name is Olga Garcia. I represent the building company that is doing.
It's owned by a limited liability company. You represent that company?
No, I represent the building, the building company that is doing the repair.
That's doing their work?
Yes.
Are you here able to speak for the owner or not?
Yes, the owners are here.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
We applied for the permit on November 4th, so we've been working with the city. Right now, the property, we're waiting on an environment permitting division to give us the go-ahead on the environment. And yesterday, they sent me an email that I need to go now to the Army Corps of Engineers to get a permission from them to finish the work. So that's where we are.
Okay, the records show me that there was a process where they could have appealed this, but they didn't do that on time. They didn't file an appeal. So I don't have a choice but leave the money where it is, $25,000, $750.
I haven't had that notice. The only notice I have gotten from you guys is today's hearing. And I never spoke with him. I've been dealing directly with the city, with the permitting and
Okay,
the
well,
corrections.
It's a serious violation to have a dock built without a permit. Very serious.
I understand that.
Okay.
We got it after it was done.
Okay.
To do the permitting and everything, so.
So it's completely built, but it hasn't been permitted?
No, it is not completely built.
Okay, all right. Let me ask you, this is a $25,000 fines that have accrued that I cannot change.
Correct, Your Honor. So under 1119G of the city code, it states that failure of a violator to file a written request for an administrative appeal or hearing within 15 days shall constitute a waiver of the violator's right to an administrative hearing to contest the violation and is deemed an admission of the violation, and civil penalties shall be assessed accordingly. So unfortunately, in this situation, the $25,750 shall be assessed according to the city code, and again, doubly unfortunately, will continue to accrue until such time as it's in compliance. This would certainly be a case, once it is in compliance, to
For a
end
reduction?
up to go to lien reduction.
Okay, it's a very high daily fine, so there was a reason that somebody, one of my predecessors offered that. So we can't do anything about the fine that's on the property right now. And every day that goes by, the clock ticks, $250 every day.
I understand that
That's a
now.
lot of money.
The whole thing is that I did not know that there was that fine.
Well, you didn't have to know, they had to know, and they had to do something about it.
You knew about that?
Well,
My name is Michelle Craig.
Michelle what?
Michelle Craig.
Okay, and you're the owner of this
Yes.
limited liability company in this property?
Yes, one of the owners.
Okay, so you heard what we just said.
I did hear what you
There's a
said.
very large fine on the property. It's continuing every day at $250 a day, and I don't have the authority to even reduce it, even if I wanted to, because you didn't timely appeal. It was on the paperwork you got. It tells you very clearly in big, bold, red letters or something, how to do that, and you didn't do that on time.
But
So
when we
what's
got the
Hold
second,
on, what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna have to order that this go forward. When it's done, and it's gonna be a very big fine if you don't get moving here to get this completed and permitted and built under the code, the fine will continue, and then you can come back to seek this thing I've been talking about earlier, lien reduction, because it'll go to a lien. And then you can seek either from me or the other magistrate to seek to reduce it if the facts warrant that. I don't know what the facts are, I don't need to get into that today, but I can't do anything for you today. You
Okay.
understand, right?
okay. Because
Okay.
my understanding on the second notice was that it was due to an extension. So that's why we didn't do the appeals, because we got the second notice saying that it was the court dates were changed from last month to this month.
You know what she's,
Yeah, that's just because we had to cancel the hearing. It was for imposition at that time, so that was
so the
just,
hearing was canceled?
yeah.
Yeah, but a citation was issued in July.
Yeah, I see the citation's from July 19th.
Your Honor, I just want to state for the record that the fines are in the city ordinance. I didn't invent the fines.
No, I know.
Work without permit is $250
Oh, it is?
or $325. Uncontested, and it's the way that it's written on the city
So the
ordinance.
magistrate didn't impose the
So, yeah, so the fines are the one the state and on the ordinance.
Let me ask you a question. So you're not aware that we already applied for a permit on November the 4th?
It's not relevant to this discussion, ma'am. The property owner had to file a request for an administrative appeal, which is on the front of the document in all caps.
And
it-
what day was that?
Whenever she got it,
when I-
it was on the paperwork. It tells you what
July.
to do on the back
It
of the
tells you
document.
in all caps and in bold, and on the back, it tells you specifically where, well, you wouldn't because you're not the property owner. The property owner would have received the citation, and again, unfortunately, under city code, it is a mandatory imposition of fines. Had you appealed, or had the property owner appealed, because again, you couldn't have appealed, the property owner would have had to appeal, then the magistrate could have had some leeway to allow additional time based on, meritorious arguments. We all know that it takes a while to probably get a wooden dock put through permitting, but the failure to appeal that forecloses that
The
argument.
process
So you'll have to come back once it is in compliance, as I said, and talk about it at lien reduction.
So how much time do we have to?
The time is in your hands, because
So whatever.
every day that goes by, it's running a fine of $250 a day. The city doesn't want to do that. They want the dock finished,
Of course.
just completed.
And she's
So the
already
faster
done.
you do that, I know you have to go through, probably, do they have to go through Army Corps and all that as well? All that stuff you have to do to get permission. And Florida Inland Navigation or whoever does this stuff, they need permits from the state, federal.
They have to obtain a permit from Bora because they're doing work on
Board of Rules and Appeals?
on the canal, yeah. And then with that permit, they can come back and apply for the city
Well,
permit.
you know what you're doing, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Okay, all
That's
right.
exactly where I'm.
Again, the quicker you do it for her, the faster it keeps the fines down, and then she can, once it's.
So when do we appeal? When I have the whole,
When
process done?
when the case is completed and certified as approved, and all
By
the
the city.
fees are paid, then you seek this thing called a lien reduction. The paperwork explains exactly what to do and how to do it. It's an application, very clear how you follow
So
up.
City of Lauderdale will give me all those documents.
When you're done, you ask for it. You have to ask for it. They're not gonna just grant it to you.
As long as the permit is issued, you contact me and I will comply the case with the day that the permit was issued. That's what complies the case. And right away, I will help you with the contact number, what you need to do for the lien reduction.
But I do have the permit already, the number.
But that doesn't make any difference at this
Unissued.
moment.
Okay. It's not finalized. Okay, understand. Perfect, well, thank you very much for your time.
Okay.
Thank you,
Sorry we
Magistrate.
couldn't do
Thank you.
something for you. Okay.
Is there anyone here that's not here for lien reduction? Everyone here is for lien reduction. Okay, that concludes all our respondents. We're gonna go back to page 2. Inspector Linda Holloway, property address 1431 North Federal Highway. Owner Brick Box Atlantic LLC, case number BE 22110043. Notice posted at the property on 12/15/22. Posted at City Hall 1523.
Good morning, Inspector Linda Holloway on the behalf of the city, presenting case BE 22110043, property address 1431 North Federal Highway. A check of BSI online on November 15th, 2022 showed the following violation, section 28-155.A through F. The existing backflow prevention device has not been tested for the subsequent recertification as per City of Fort Lauderdale Municipal Code of Ordinances. A final copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA, allowing 30 days to comply. A notice of hearing was posted to the property on December 15th, 2022. A pre-hearing inspection as per BSI online on January 12, 2023 shows that the violation remains. The city is requesting 42 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Page 3, property address 628 Coral Way, Inspector Hector Suarez. Case number, did I say case number? I'm sorry. Property address 628 Coral Way, case number BE 22090151. Owner, Lena Halakias, 200 DEC Trust, Lena Halakias trustee. Notice posted at the property on 12/13/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Inspector Suarez presented case as read.
Property was inspected on September 30th, 2022, and the following violation was observed as depicted in the photos. 91D. Any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in this section. There is construction work at this property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits consisting of but not limited to new driveway. Inspection report was mailed to owner listed on BCPA on September 30th, 2022. Final notice sent on November 1st, 2022. Notice of hearing posted to property by Senior Inspector Rich on December 13, 2022. As of pre-hearing inspection on January 13, 2023, there is a permit applied for driveway, but it is awaiting client reply. It's not issued. Violation remains. The city is requesting 42 days or $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Property address 1131 Southeast 9th Ave, owner Greens of Rio Vista LLC, case number BE 22090135. Notice posted at the property 12/13/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Inspector Suarez presenting case as read. Property was inspected on September 26, 2022, and the following violation was observed as depicted in the photos. 91D. Any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in this section. There is construction work at this property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits, consisting of but not limited to fence and gate. Inspection report was mailed to owner listed on BCPA on September 27, 2022. Final notice sent on October 31st, 2022. Notice of hearing posted to property by Inspector Holloway on December 13, 2022. As of pre-hearing inspection on January 12, 2023, there is a permit applied for fence and gate, but it is awaiting client reply. Violation remains. The city is requesting 42 days or $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Moving on to page 4, property address 1320 Northwest 9th Ave, case number BE 22090149. Owner, Senebia Feliciano. Notice posted at the property on 12/16/22. Posted at City Hall 1523.
Inspector Suarez presenting case as read. Property was inspected on September 30th, 2022, and the following violation was observed as depicted on the photos. 91D. Any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in this section. There is construction work at this property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits consisting of but not limited to new driveway and chain link fence. Inspection report was mailed to owner listed in BCPA on September 30th, 2022. Notice of hearing posted to property by Senior Inspector Rich on December 16, 2022. As a pre-hearing inspection on January 13, 2023, there is a permit applied for fence and driveway, but permits are not issued. Violation remains.
Wait a minute, permits are not issued because why? Why were not permits issued? Do we know?
Well, for the record, BLD-RPAV-22100015 is awaiting permit issuance, so they need to pick it up. And I can't close the case.
They need to pick it up.
Excuse me?
They need to come and pick
The
it up.
property owner, yes,
Okay.
or the contractor.
I want to make sure it wasn't the city.
And the other one for the fence, BLD-FEN-22100026 is awaiting client reply, so I guess they might have to do some changes.
Okay.
The city is requesting 42 days or $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Inspector Jose Saragusti, page 4, property address 905 Southwest 10th Terrace, case number BE 22050079. Owner Claudine Treviera. Notice posted at the property on 12/28/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Jose Saragusti, building inspector for the city, presented the case number as read. This case was opened on May 13, 2022. I visited the property in October 22nd, 2021 for a case BE 211-00167. I met the owner, Ms. Claudine Cervera, and observed the new kitchen with no records in the system. The property was cited for work without permit under Florida Building Code 2020, Section 105.1. The case was opened on May 13, 2022. Inspection report was mailed to the property owner on May 13, 2022. Final notice was made on June 15, 2022. Notice of hearing was posted on the property in October 7, 2022. The city is requesting a 28 days extension to comply of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, so ordered.
Our next case is on page 5, property address 1433 Southwest 33rd Court, 1-3. Owner, RA Financial Group, LLC. Case number BE 2208-0114. Notice posted at the property, 12/28/22. Posted at City Hall, 1/5/23.
Jose Saragusti, building inspector for the city, presenting the case number as read. The permit PM-19021056 were left to expire as stated in today's agenda. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 28 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
One moment, please. One moment. We have a respondent here. Inspector Alex Abores, property address 1044 Northwest 7th Ave. I'm sorry, 26. 1044 Northwest 7th Ave. Owner, North Bimini LLC. Case number CE 22030721. This case was first heard on 8/18/22 to comply by 11/17/22. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,150, which continues to accrue.
Alexander Labores, Building Inspector for the city, on behalf of Inspector Maddock, updating you on case number and address as read. This case is not yet complied. Respondent is here.
Okay. Yes, sir. Name, address, in relation to the owner.
Yes, my name is Larry Hayes. I'm a property manager and representing the LLC.
And you have authority to speak for this LLC?
I'm sorry?
You have the authority to speak for this owner?
Yes, I do, in this
Okay.
case for this particular property.
Okay. Well,
All right, we have filed for permit applications, ATFs. In the beginning, they're about halfway through that process, but we still need to name a general contractor. Within days, we'll be doing that. As there have been difficulties with this on or about March 15th was when the stop work order was issued. Subsequently, maybe a lot of people in this room might know of a Lamborghini that ran into a house over the summer. We've had to deal with structural engineers, the architect to re-engage him. It's been a slow process. And then through all that, obviously this wreck has occurred and new plans, and finally we filed them on December 15th. And I understand about 60 days from that point in time, you can throw them in the trash if you so choose. But at any rate, we are pursuing this. We have full intention in coming into compliance and are asking for an abatement of the fines on a daily basis.
You're asking for what?
An abatement, not to impose them.
Well, the fine already exists. It's already $3,150 is due.
I understand.
And it continues to accrue at $50 a day.
Sure. So until compliance, if I'm
correct
to understand that, but it's we continue to get someone, a general contractor, to affect that, and we're just asking for any kind of remedy of relief therein.
But you apply for a permit, you don't even have a GC yet?
You can file them with a TBD.
So it
To
won't
be
get
determined.
issued, Your Honor, until there's obviously a general contractor
will not
assigned, so.
So why would I suspend the fine when I don't even have a contract?
Don't know.
What's the city want to do with this?
The records show that the case was open approximately 10 months ago, and case notes indicate that on August 18, the August 18 hearing, special magistrate ordered 91 days to come into compliance. So there was a 91-day period was granted. The case was created by a different inspector. I'll let the decision to the special
Okay,
magistrate.
but there were no fines for the 91 days, right? 3 months.
During those 91 days, no fines
Okay.
began to accrue after the 91 days.
Okay, well, the violation is for renovating a unit on the north side in the structural, plumbing, and electrical
I
thing.
understand, we filed all of those.
Okay, this is because of this accident.
That was the intervening circumstance. A Lamborghini ran into the building.
Well, I hope you got to keep the car or scrap it.
$340,000 worth, yes, your magistrate.
Okay, I'm not inclined to stop the case. I'm willing to look at the case after it's over, in compliance, that lien reduction process I talked about,
I
but
understand
not currently, okay?
I get it completely.
Okay, all right, let's do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for your time.
Okay, moving back to page 5 at the bottom. Inspector Jose Saragusi, property address 2031 Northeast 52nd Street, owner Scott Stent. Case number BE 22090091, notice posted at the property on 11/28/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Jose Saragusti, building inspector for the city, presenting the case number as read. This case was opened on September 19, 2022. I visited the property in September 2022 and found a new entry door and garage side door installed. Also, a new shower and new plumbing fixture installed in the second bathroom, and a new sink and faucet in the kitchen. The property was cited for work without permit under Florida Building Code 2020, Section 105.1. The case was opened September 19, 2022. Inspection report was mailed to the property owner on September 26, 2022, and final notice was mailed on October 13, 2022. Notice of hearing was posted at the property on November 18, 2022. No permit issued for this violation. The city is requesting 28 days extension to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Your Honor, if I could just maybe possibly amend the inspector's request. This appears to be an investment property. The work was obviously commenced without permits, and said property owner is not here, so I think perhaps we could consider $100 a day.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
I agree with that.
28 days, $100 per day, if not timely complied.
Is that 28 days, sir?
28 days.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on to page 7. Inspector Alejandro Del Rio, presenting on behalf of Nashmatic, property address 522 Northeast 7th Ave 2. Owner Joshua Snyder, case number BE 22080207. Notice posted at the property on 1/4/23, posted at City Hall 1523.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. There are expired permits related to this property. City is requesting for the magistrate to find that the violation exists and grant 42 days.
How many days?
42 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Moving on to page 11 at the top. Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 1750 Northwest 3rd Terrace. Owner Hidden Harbor Condo Association, Inc. Case number BE 221-20066. Notice posted at the property on 12/28/22. Posted at City Hall 1523.
Your Magistrate, Inspector Martinez, representing the city, case analysis as read. The report was submitted, but it failed. The city is asking for a 180-day extension and $100 thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 2001 North Ocean Boulevard, 1004. Owner Gene Chandler, case number BE 2208-0164. Notice delivered via personal service to Hilda Rivera on 12/28/22. Posted at City Hall on 1/5/23.
Building Inspector Leo Martinez for the city, presenting case and others as read. There was a permit that was left to expire. It was an AC change out. The property was cited on the Florida Building Code 2020, Section 105.3.2.1, expired permits. The city is asking the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or fines of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 12, property address 2505 River Lane Terrace. Owner Kavat Real Estate LLC, case number BE 2207-0234. Notice posted at the property 12/27/22. Posted at City Hall 1/5/23.
Inspector Martinez representing the city, case and others as read. Every time that we receive a case, we do our searching before we step out of the office. And searching on the web before going to this property, I found some pictures that the house appears to be completely remodeled. When searching in our city records, I did not find any permits. I searched more and I was able to find how the property looks before to be remodeled. I observed new kitchen and bathroom, new recessed lights, new windows and doors, new drywall installed on walls and ceilings, new frameless glazed doors enclosing the patio near the pool. I tried to visit the property, but it's inside a gated community. But I believe that I have more than proof to show all the remodeling work that was done to this
Okay,
house.
but where did you get the pictures?
Repeat, pardon?
You got the pictures from where?
From the public appraisal, from the Realtor.com, from Zillow.com, so all is clear there that the property was. I mean, it appears to be another house.
Yeah. It's very nice, but needs permits.
The property was cited for work without permit on the Florida Building Code 2020, Section 105.1.
Wow.
This case was opened on July 28th of 2022. The inspection report was mailed to the property owner on August 2nd of 2022, and the final notice was mailed to the property owner on September 7th of 2022. The notice of hearing was posted at the property on October 25th of 2022. As today, there are no actions to bring this property into compliance. We're asking your owner to find that the violation exists and to grant the property owner 63 days to come into compliance or fines of $50 per violation per day thereafter.
This is investment property though, right? Looks like it.
Looks like it, yes.
All right, I'm gonna do 63 days at $100 per day. That's way too much work to do without permits.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole house. It looks really nice if it's safe. That's the order. I'm finding a fact, 63 days, $100.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for your Magistrate.
Inspector Jorge Martinez on page 13, property address 601 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner, the Atlantic Hotel Group Holdings, case number BE 2208-0111. Notice posted at the property on 12/28/22. Posted at City Hall 1/5/23.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 1/17/2023 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50.
How many days?
42.
How many days?
42.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Or 50 per day. Okay, so ordered.
Property address 719 Northwest 15th Ave. Owner, Nicole Ashley Jolly, case number BE 2208-0055. Notice posted at the property on 12/29/22. Posted at City Hall 1/5/23.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda and as of 1/17/2023 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
50 per day, right?
Yes.
Okay, this is not, the power is not working on this property, right? Is there power working on the property?
No, this is an expired permit.
But there's no FP&L power going to this property? No,
I have no idea.
you don't know. I mean, how would you have a meter can replacement and 200 amps and power going to it? I mean, if that's the case, shouldn't we pull the power?
No, because it's just an expired permit. I don't remember what exactly the permit is.
Okay, all right, well, that's what you want to do, 42 days, $50?
Yes.
Okay, so ordered.
At the bottom of page 13, property address 728 Northwest 3rd Street. Oh, we didn't do that one, Tarpon River?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I had it marked off, sorry. Property address 721 Southwest 7th Ave. Owner 721 Tarpon River LLC. Case number BE 22120055. Notice posted at the property 12/27/22. Posted at City Hall 15/23.
Inspector Martinez for the city presenting case as read. Building or structures that, in the opinion of the building official, are become unsafe or which have been substantially damaged or otherwise shall be deemed unsafe buildings, and a permit shall be obtained to demolish the structure or bring the building to comply with the applicable code. The building is open and abandoned and it's without water and electricity. The roofs, walls, and floors are in disrepair. Due to the owner being unwilling or unable to maintain the property according to the minimum standards, the city is requesting the following: that in the next 60 days, the owner applies for the required permits to bring the property into compliance with signed and sealed submittal documents from a licensed design professional, including an accurate itemized cost to restore the structure to meet standards for human occupancy and to meet minimum housing standards. Or apply for a demolition permit to demolish the, or apply for a demolition permit to demolish the unsafe and habitable structure, including all accessory structures on the parcel. In the event the owner does not apply for the permits and move forward with the rehabilitation or demolition of the property, the city will move forward with the demolition, including all accessory structures on the parcel, at owner's expense, and may lien the property to recover the demolition cost.
Okay, how many days did you say?
60.
60.
Yes.
Inspector, any contact with
Yes.
the property owner?
Yeah, he said he's gonna demolish the property.
He's going to demolish it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay, but shouldn't we inspect this for being an unsafe structure and just declare it?
It's deemed unsafe.
It is deemed unsafe?
Yes.
So how do we have somebody fix it up? If they fix it, they can, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, we'll do what you request.
Okay.
That's the order. Gotta get the details of that order. It's a long order, right?
It's a long order, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir.
Property address 728 Northwest 3rd Street. Owner 728 Northwest 3rd LLC. Case number BE 22080057. Notice posted at the property on 12/29/22. Posted at City Hall 15/23.
Inspector Martinez for the city presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 1/17/2023 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, what does this mean when it says the foundation and setup were moved from another address? What does that mean? It says foundation, permit expired, foundation and setup for house moved from 525 Northeast. Was it?
Yeah, what is that? Was it a staging permit?
Okay, this property was moved from one address to another address, and they had to get a lot of permits.
But
They obtained the permits, but the permits all went expired.
Okay, but it's for the 728 we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay, all right, 42 days, $50 per day. If not timely complied, so ordered.
Page 14 at the top, property address 936 Intracoastal Drive, 15C, owner Farhan Altop, case number BE 2208-0196. Notice posted at the property on 12/28/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Inspector Martinez for the city presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 1/17/2023 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
42, right?
Yes.
Okay, so ordered.
Property address 1208 Guava Isle, owner Almond Shores Properties 1 LLC, case number BE 2206-0048. Notice posted at the property on 12/27/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to: new door and windows, carport enclosed. The city will request 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 15, property address 1224 Southwest 29th Ave, owner Darcy Florida LLC, case number BE 2205-0221. Notice posted at the property on 12/27/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to: carport enclosure, plumbing and electrical in carport, interior remodeling, and roof extension. The city will request 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 2010 Northeast 17th Street, owner Ocean Key Apartments LLC, case number BE 22110015. Notice posted at the property on 12/28/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Can you repeat the address, please?
2010 Northeast 17th Street.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to: mini splits. The city will request 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So,
No, there's only one violation.
it shows,
There's two.
it shows two here.
Oh, no, the other one is complied, sorry.
Which
Which
one,
one?
which one's complied?
The 9-280B, that's complied.
That's compliant, okay, so the illegal alteration, 105.1. Okay, so ordered.
Property address 2100 South Ocean Drive, 10CD, owner Leona Atkins, case number BE 2208-0234. Notice posted at the property on 12/27/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 1/17/2023 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 16, property address 3233 Northeast 34th Street, 1202, case number BE 2208-0182, owner Rosaria and Antonio Cianciolo Revocable Livable Trust. Notice posted at the property on 12/28/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 1/17/2023 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 3500 Gulf Ocean Drive, 1212, owner Mindy Smith, case number BE 2208-0213. Notice posted at the property 12/28/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Inspector Martinez for the city, presenting case number and address as read. There are expired permits related to this property as stated in today's agenda, and as of 1/17/2023 remain expired. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Moving on to page 18. Property address 1400 Northeast 16th Court. Owner MDR Motors LLC in care of Michael Greco Jr. Case number BE 2208-0059. Notice posted at the property on 12/28/22. Posted at City Hall 1523.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. There are expired permits related to this property. City is requesting for the owner to come into compliance within 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
42, right?
42, yes, sir.
22 or 42?
42.
Thank you. So ordered.
Property address 1518 Northwest 11th Court. Case number BE 2208-0232. Owner Errol Vinroy and Marie Taylor. Notice posted at the property on 12/29/22. Posted at City Hall 1523.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. There are expired permits related to this property. City is requesting for the owner to come into compliance within 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 19 at the top, property address 1840 Northwest 26th Terrace, owner John Newton, case number BE 2208-0212. Notice posted at the property 12/29/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. There are expired permits related to this property. City is requesting for the owner to come into compliance within 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 2833 Northeast 25th Court, case number BE 2208-0152. Owner John and Dolores Gill, John and Dolores Gill Revocable Livable Trust. Notice posted at the property on 12/28/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. There are expired permits related to this property. City is requesting for the owner to come into compliance within 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Property address 2901 Northeast 51st Street, owner Waterview Condo, case number BE 2208-0024. Notice posted at the property on 12/28/22, posted at City Hall 1523.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. There are expired permits related to this property. City is requesting for the owner to come into compliance within 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Moving on to page 22. Property address 518 Northwest 17th Ave, owner 3i Power LLC, case number BE 2204-0031. This case was first heard on 8/18/22 to comply by 10/20/22. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $4,500, which continues to accrue. Your Honor,
Justin Drexel.
Mr. Ansbro.
I'm sorry?
Oh, we just go through the Massey's at the end.
Oh, okay.
And then,
So this is just to order what is requested, right?
yeah,
All right, so ordered.
okay. Property address 520 Northwest 17th Ave, owner 3i Power LLC, case number BE 2204-0030. This case was first heard on 8/18/22 to comply by 10/20/22. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $4,500, which continues to accrue.
So ordered.
Moving on to page 23. Property address 5201 Northeast 33rd Ave, case number BE 211-20079. Owner Philip William Aldridge and Tara Lynn Aldridge. This case was first heard on 9/15/22 to comply by 11/17/22. One section complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $2,350.
So ordered.
Page 25. Property address, Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 2406 Nassau Lane. Owner Hernan Beltran and Sandra Beltran. Case number BE 2204-0227. This case was first heard on 8/18/22 to comply by 10/20/22. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $4,500, which continues to accrue.
Inspector Martinez updating case on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. This case is not in compliance, but permits have been submitted. The city is requesting a 35-day extension and to state the fines.
How many days?
35,
35?
yes.
Okay, so ordered.
Property, I'm going to read the one at the bottom and come back to the one in the middle, okay? Property address 2810 Riverland Road. Owner 2810 Riverland LLC. Case number BE 220300106. This case was first heard on 8/18/22. To comply by 10/20/22, one section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $4,500, which continues to accrue.
Inspector Martinez updating case on behalf of the city, case number and address as read. This case is not in compliance, but permits have been issued, applied for. City is requesting for 35-day extension and to state the fines.
Okay, so ordered.
Okay, going back to the middle, property address 2548 Tortugas Lane, owner 2548 Tortugas LLC, case number BE 21090013. This case was first heard on 8/18/22 to comply by 10/20/22. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $4,500, which continues to accrue.
So ordered.
Moving on to page 28. Yeah. Property address 417 Southwest 12th Street, 1-2. Owner Richard Santiago Lopez, case number BE 22070241. This property was cited on 7/29/22 to comply by 10/27/22. One section complied at $250. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $750. Appeal deadline was 8/13/22 and no appeal was received.
So ordered.
Okay, moving on to page 31 at the top. Property address 2715 Center Ave. Case number BE 22020140. Owner Ashley Waldbeezer and William Douglas Waldbeezer Jr. This case was first heard on 9/15/22 to comply by 11/17/22. One section complied at $50. Total fines $2,800. City is requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $575.
So ordered.
Okay. Da-da-da-da. Moving on to page 34 at the top. Property address 1300 Northwest 65th Place. Owner Kearney Holdings LLC. Case number BE 21090223. This case was first heard on 2/17/22 to comply by 8/16/22. One section complied at $100. Total fine $7,200. The city is requesting to reduce to administrative costs of $1,275.
So ordered.
Excuse me. One second. Moving on to page 35 in the middle, property address 2901 Southwest 2nd Ave. Owner Ramco of Fort Lauderdale LLC. Case number BE 21070371. This case was first heard on 1/20/22. To comply by 7/19/22, one section complied at $100. Total fines $10,600. The city is requesting to reduce to administrative costs of $1,275.
And so ordered.
At this time, Your Honor, we would like to have all the cases that are listed on page 37 into the record as closed, withdrawn, or rescheduled.
So approved and ordered.
Thank you. This concludes our January 19, 2023 Special Magistrate hearing for the Building Division.
Welcome to the lien reduction hearing for January 19th, 2023. If you wish to speak at today's proceedings, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? I do. Okay, you can have a seat.
If you could ensure that your electronic devices are turned off so we're not disturbed. And I apologize for the delay in getting to you. I know you've been patient, and that is appreciated. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Our first case is on page 3. Case number CE 2209-0692. Case address 2221 Northeast 33rd Avenue. Owner Daggs Family Trust, PKPJ Family Trust, and all others. Total lien amount $5,800. Administrative cost $322.14. The city is requesting $2,900.
1 second till I catch up here. Just bear with me for a second. I gotta find my paperwork. Okay. Yes, sir. Your name and address, please.
Yes, so Peter Guidote, I'm resident in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. The property in question is 2221 Northeast 33rd Street in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. It said you were gonna have a lawyer represent you? You're not doing?
No, that was our property manager, but I came instead because I'm here in Florida for the week, yes.
Okay. Well, the lawyer wrote a long statement over and over, as I guess a good lawyer would do. Tell me why you seek the reduction. What warrants the reduction?
Sure. So we have vacation homes here in Florida for the past decade or so.
You have what?
Vacation rentals that we rent. And we received a notice of number of occupants on September 27th in the afternoon, according to the posting. It was posted on the house. We don't live here in Fort Lauderdale. There were no tenants there. A few hours later, the Hurricane Ian came by. We did not.
It didn't strike this area.
No, but it was very windy and it was posted. We didn't receive notice. We weren't aware that the inspector had asked us to change the number of occupants listed on an advertisement from 8 people to 6. And for all these years, we've always issued and we've always applied and received permits from the city with no change in occupancy, nothing like that. We've never had any issues. And we were given 1 day to comply, and we didn't receive the notice in Canada until much later. So as soon as we were advised by our property manager that found the notice, we changed it immediately as soon as we can.
Okay, well, the paperwork I have, it shows, let's say, for example, TripAdvisor for the Villa Delfino property.
Yes.
It shows 6 guests.
Correct.
Notified there.
Correct.
And you had 9. You were posting for 9, right?
Yes, so.
So why? I don't understand why you'd say 3 more than you're allowed to do when you do 6.
Yes, so the houses, the way that the rooms are big. So when we complete the checklist on the website, they ask us, do you have air conditioning? Do you have internet? So on. So we tick off the box. When it comes to the rooms, they say, okay, what is your bedding? And in the rooms, they're big. So we could have a queen bed, 2 queen beds in a single room. So that's what we put on the website. The website calculates the number of people based on the bedding, not by the number of rooms. So it's been like that for years. So it's possible in a 3-bedroom house that we could have 9 because the bedding supports 9 people.
Well, again, all these TripAdvisor things show, for this one in the Villa Paradiso, 6 guests. Like
Now it does.
whoever posted these knew it was 6 was the maximum. And in fact, that was the maximum under the city code, right?
So the sleeping capacity and the number of guests when we entered them, it was always like that. The inspector said, well, your sleeping has to coincide with the number of guests. So even though we might have sleeping for 9 people because of the bedding, according to the rooms, you still have to have 6. That's what he told us after.
You're confined to 6, no more than 6.
Yes, correct. So he says even though you have bedding for 9 people,
Right,
you
that's
must say
correct.
6.
Right.
So this is the first time we were ever told about this, because we've always been for years. We just did it according to the bedding, and the program, VRBO, TripAdvisor, Airbnb, they work according to an algorithm. So when you enter the number of beds in, the algorithm calculates the number of people. So we had to go and change that, but we were only notified.
I think you were obligated to follow whatever the city said to do in the city's calculations, not any algorithm. The city had a number that you're allowed to have, and that was 6.
Yes, and it's always 6 people as a maximum occupancy, but there are 2 lines. One is for sleeping and one is for occupancy. If you notice on the...
I don't think there's a difference.
Yeah, Your Honor, a couple of things. One, the city code is quite specific under the city code that a lien mitigation request is not to be used for purposes of rehearing the entire case. And then secondly, this is just a question of changing the advertisement. That was it.
And we changed it as soon as we were aware, but we live in Canada, so we weren't aware. It was posted.
You know, I don't want to hear that you live in Canada, because if you have property here and you're running a business, you are supposed to be obligated to take care of the property here. I don't care if you're Ontario or Saskatchewan, it doesn't matter to me. You're obligated to take care of what's here and know what the laws are here. So that's not an excuse, I can assure you.
Understood.
All right. The offer was $10, which to me was insulting. So I'm not accepting $10. The city request is for $2,900, which is 1/2 of the total lien amount. I'm willing to reduce it down to $2,000. That's my order.
Okay.
Okay? How much time do you need to pay it?
30 days.
You got it. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next case, also page 3, case number CE 22080189, case address 1281 Southwest 32nd Street, owner Michael Eisenberg, total lien amount $1,200, administrative costs $322.14. The city is requesting $1,200. Appeal deadline was 8/20/22. No appeal received.
Okay. Yes, sir, just give me a second to get my papers here.
Yeah, no problem.
This is an investment property as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, what are the reasons why you think it should be mitigated?
My understanding is this was, they're supposed to receive notice that the, whatever the issue was taken care of by the 5th.
The notice what?
That the notice was taken care of, whatever you guys needed. It was like an affidavit, a notarized thing saying that the house was not being used as a vacation rental. All right, so that was sent in, or it was notarized on the 5th, and it was sent in on the 8th of August. But I guess on the document that followed up said that it wasn't rectified until the 10th. So that's the discrepancy here, is between the 8th when it was sent in and the 10th. The 5th was a Friday, that's when it was notarized, and it was sent in on Monday, the next business day, on the 8th. And then the 10th is when it's reflecting that it was taken care of.
Okay. This was a repeat violation for this property, which is not a good thing.
I agree. That's news to me. I'm here on behalf.
It's what it's told it's a repeat violation. I don't give breaks for repeat violations, so I'm not gonna reduce the fine.
Okay.
Okay, it'll stay at $1,200.
All right, thank you.
You know, how much time do you want?
30 days is fine?
That's fine.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next two cases, page 4 for the same address. First case number CE 19060099, case address 2456 Bayview Drive, owner Elin Blomhoff. Total lien amount $40,600, administrative costs $870.21. The city is requesting $12,180. Next case, CE 19060271, case address 2456 Bayview Drive, owner Elin Blomhoff. Total lien amount $36,050, administrative costs $771.55. The city is requesting $10,815.
Okay, your name?
Elon Blumhoff.
Okay, so you're the property owner.
I'm the property owner.
This is on Bayview Drive.
Yes.
One of the premier roads in the city in
Yes.
residential area.
Yes.
One of the highest, most expensive areas where thousands of people travel every day.
Sure.
And this stuff was left out there for how many days? I think it was several hundred days. I read the background about the different things with the builders and stuff, but you know, as the owner, you're responsible to get the owner the contractor to comply.
It is true. I went through a lot with this contractor that abused me and led me to finish up in bankruptcy court. I lost over $120,000 with him. I ended up paying an extra $27,000 to come in compliance. One of the biggest thing here is that I wasn't aware of the fact that the violation is still I'm still getting charged daily, and that's because the letters are being sent to my old office. I attempted to change the address in 2018. For some reason, it didn't change. I did not receive the notices, and I did not know that this was going on. I had my contractor fix the violations. Perhaps he did not fix it in time, but there is no chance that maybe by a month or two after I was required to fix it, but there's no chance that this has been sitting for years, because it was not.
This was out of compliance for 256 days.
Yeah, but I was not.
Excuse me. So you have the neighbors and the residents and visitors driving on this road. It doesn't really matter what road, but this is a high-profile road for almost a year to see this stuff out there. Palm fronds, junk, garbage.
It wasn't there, Your Honor. It wasn't there. It was corrected, but I didn't know that something is keep on happening. I had no idea it was fixed.
One second. I have daily reports from the inspectors where they talk about each day that they went out there. And it talks about rubbish, litter, debris, even though they found on June 4 was the first violation, they noticed it.
2019, right?
19, that is
Yeah.
correct, yes.
Yeah.
And then here he is, August 13th, debris still found out front.
Right.
August 26th, some of it was taken out and left, but now it was left on the swale and the lawn out front. So that was not correct. Then November 19th, lawn area has trash, debris, palm fronds, and garbage.
Right. So I think I was given until August to correct it, and I think that, yes, it was under the obligation of my contractor to take the garbage out. I'm agreeing that he didn't do it on time. I was putting a lot of pressure on him. This person literally went out of business and stopped the work, so I had a lot of difficulties with this.
When did he go out of work?
Maybe at beginning of 2020.
Okay, well, this wasn't complied May 8th of 2020. So 256 days is what the man is saying, and the inspector that was there. May 8th, it shows compliance.
No, May 8th, maybe I called.
2020.
That's when I called in after I knew, but I didn't know before that this was going on.
When you get the notice, it tells you if you're in compliance, you're obligated to call the city to let them know. They don't go back to ask you if you're in compliance. You call them.
I'm aware now. Now I'm an expert. Back then, I didn't know how the system
I'm
worked.
talking about today, I'm not talking about the next time. So I'm dealing with what I have here.
I know I've made a mistake, but I've trusted the wrong person, and that was in his hand. So
As a property owner,
Yeah.
you own here and you live in this house?
Yes.
Okay, well, as the property owner, you're responsible for it. I can't listen to the fact, I know people have stories, we've all had difficulties with bad contractors that do bad things to us or scam us. We've heard that about from people today. But ultimately, the property owner is responsible. So when you saw this stuff in your yard and it's not getting fixed, you should have had somebody come out there and get rid of it.
I had paid for these services, which were not rendered to me. That's what happened.
What happened?
I paid for these services, for the garbage to be hauled, but the contractor is the one putting the garbage. He was supposed to take it out of there, and I kept on requesting and requesting and requesting, but he didn't do it. He also didn't finish up the work. I had to finish up the work. This is the second case. This is all connected. So,
No, I know, there's two cases, I saw that.
yeah.
Okay. It's more than a $40,000 lien. You've offered 1,000. That's not acceptable to me. The city's request is for 12,000. I'll reduce it to 8,000. Again, I'm looking at the time that it took to get it done, almost a year. I understand you had difficulty with the person, but if you don't get it done, to leave it on the front lawn of one of the premier roads in the city, even if you left it in any other neighborhood, to leave it there is just unacceptable. So there has to be a fine that goes with that. So that is my ruling. $8,000, how much time do you need to pay it?
A day?
How much?
A day?
You got 30 days to pay it.
30 days fine?
You'll need an order to do it, okay?
Yep.
All right, so that will be 30 days to pay it, 8,000.
Yep.
Okay, let's do the second case. Second case was a permit was left to expire for second floor renovations. This one was for $36,000. City's cost $771. You offered 1,000. City requested 10,000, so basically 1/3 of this.
Same thing. I had no idea these permits were expired. I had no idea. As soon as I knew, I did everything in my power. I hired an architect. I hired a GC. I had to pull new permits. I had to do new drawings. I have done everything in my power at the very moment I knew.
Okay, well, again, the way the state law works and the city ordinance has to comply with the state law is that when you provide an address for mailing, which is under the Broward County Property Appraiser's Office, BCPA,
Yeah.
that's the address they do it. And then they also post it. They physically put it on the property. So the fact that you said you didn't get it, it was on the property because it's posted there.
Not about the permits, nothing, no. I didn't get anything.
Violations were posted. Let me see.
Again, Your Honor, I'm just, as
Yeah, I'm not redoing the case. I know. I'm just trying to let him know that you can't say you didn't get notice when you had notice. I agree. I'm not here for notice, but I'm explaining to him why it's not a reason to say that I shouldn't have to pay it because I didn't get notice, because you did. So,
It is the honest truth that I had no idea about the status.
Okay,
And
well,
the best of
again-
my knowledge, I did not receive notices at all.
okay. So again, this one was for 36,000. City offered 10,000. I will reduce this one to $6,000.
Okay.
30 days to pay it.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good?
6,000 within 30 days.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, for purposes of the record, so we're clear,
Yep.
I see numerous envelopes in the file,
Unclaimed?
and they went unclaimed, which, as Your Honor knows, under 162.
Doesn't matter.
Florida statute, that still
Right.
constitutes.
So you got, oh, he's already gone, I think. Yeah,
additionally,
yeah,
there's
we're just letting you know, notices were sent, they weren't picked up, probably because you didn't use the right address, but the address you gave us under the property appraiser, that's where they went. That's why you didn't get notice. I mean, this can't be the city's problem that you didn't get notice, because you didn't change your address.
I did, but it didn't take effect.
Yeah, you said you did that, I understand you said that, but for whatever reason.
I'm
What
sure.
about
I
the ones
did.
that, what-
I even tried again. I did it again recently after I figured out, and it's still not changed.
okay, what about posting? Does it show posting?
Yes, there's affidavits of postings in the file.
So they go up there and they physically put a piece of paper that says everything about that's wrong on the property every time they're there. That means you weren't going to the house.
I was going to the house.
Well, I don't know what happened, but
Maybe during constructions they got removed, but not afterwards.
we don't know. We can't go back to recreate it, but it's unfortunate, but that's the ruling, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Next case is on page 1. Case number CE 200200856. Case address 930 Northwest 24th Avenue. Owner Global Inventory Liquidators, Inc. Total lien amount $282,900. Administrative costs $1,508.08. City is requesting $28,290.
All right, so which case? The Seasons?
Page 1, case address 930 Northwest 24th Avenue.
Oh, okay, I got it. All right, okay, I got it. Bear with me for a second. Let me get my paperwork here. All right, global inventory. Let me remind myself what this was for. $282,000 is a very big number where I come from.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Overgrowth, trash, rubbish, broken windows, boards, tape covering the windows. It's an investment property.
Correct, Your Honor, for special magistrate.
Your offer was for $1,500, the city's seeking about $30,000. Why would I want to reduce this?
Special magistrate, yes, Jose Suarez, 930 Northwest 24th Avenue. I purchased this property as a first-time investor specializing in low-income housing. And I purchased it, it was a probate situation, and apparently that's why all these violations accumulated while they went through probate. I purchased it as an investment property, pretty much taking it as is, where is, with all the. I was shocked to see the 298 because it was at, the lien letter said 30,000, but then I later saw the fines continue to accumulate. I closed on this property August 16th of this year. And at that point, at closing, I paid almost $10,000. It was $9,205, and for violations that had been complied with, but monies were still owed. Like they boarded up the house, there was trash, pick up or dump. They dumped trash on the property, and it was complied with, but the monies were still owed. So at closing, I paid about $9,205, I guess in hard cost or in violations, which later I found out is a requirement just to be here present. So immediately I met with the inspector on the property, Inspector Quintero Jr., and he was very nice, very nice. We met at the property. He showed me the 5 violations. They were all for property being, it had a ton of garbage on it. There was 4 or 5 people living in the carport. The grass was over. I mean, it was a mess. It was a mess. He went over exactly what I needed to do.
But when you bought it, you saw that before you bought it.
Yeah, I saw that. And
Right.
those, I was under the understanding that I had to comply first and then come in front of the board.
Correct.
So I met with him the first week we closed. He was very clear, told me what I needed to do. I actually met with him a couple of times after that to make sure what we did was correct. I thought he was going to be here, but I have a couple of letters with him when we did comply saying how we went above and beyond the expectations. And then I went to the process of if you see the pictures, you could see why he was very happy with us. We painted, he wanted patches of grass filled in. We resodded the whole yard. Actually, the neighbors that started putting plants and everything on their house after they see what we've
But
done.
again, you got 579 days if this was out of compliance.
I'm sorry, 500?
579 days out of compliance.
Okay, yeah, we purchased the property on August 16 of this year.
Last year, 2022.
Yeah, I'm sorry, last year, yeah.
But again, you bought it as an investment knowing it had liens on it.
We did, and like I said,
With a warranty deed.
as soon as we got it, we complied with everything, exceeded expectations.
No, it looks great now, I understand that, but I'm worried about what the people had to live through
Yeah,
for 2 years.
you know what, a gentleman lived there, he passed away, this probate apparently took years,
Then it
that's
was- then it had
why
homeless people all over it for a period
they
of
were
time.
living in the front. But I had, as of August 16, when I bought it, that's when I started, going into action. And took care of it, right away, we complied.
Were there monies escrowed for the violation?
No, there was no money. Unfortunately, this is my first investment property, but unfortunately, they tell me that you buy these properties as is, you deal with the problems afterwards. I had another one similar situation, and we complied. It was in Miami. It had almost $1 million fine because it went on for years. We complied right away. We settled at court costs just because the fact that it wasn't us doing the delay, and we complied and put this property
No
like you
mortgage on
see
the
it.
property?
What's that?
No mortgage on the property?
Well, the gentleman passed away, and
You didn't take a mortgage on the property?
we take we
Yes or
borrow.
no? Yeah,
Yes,
do you have a mortgage?
private.
I'm not sure how you closed, how the title company let you close.
They're investor type loans. They call them private equity loans. They loan to investors, and they know that we're buying these properties as is. So it's not a standard bank loan. They specialize for investor type of properties.
Well, again, with these kinds of things, when you buy these, you do buy the sins of the father. That's what happens. You're stuck with that.
I know, and
Get into it, you know what you're getting into.
And we hope that with the quick compliance and the work we do.
Again, look what the city's done. It's brought it down from 282,000.
Yeah.
Recommending 10%, basically.
Yeah, that would kill my investment, Your Honor, and I know that's not, I know that's not your issue, but the truth of it is since I got it, I exceeded expectations. If you, a lot of times you take the recommendations of the inspector. I've been in touch with, Officer Quintero, actually thinking he was gonna be at the hearing board. I told him I look forward to seeing you there. He responded, I appreciate the kind words of reaching out. It was my pleasure to assist you. I don't attend the hearings, but I hope they are lenient and understanding due to the amount of work that you put into the property and putting it into compliance.
Okay.
So that just shows what we did.
I get it. Once you took it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. And
You
as a
took it from
beginning
somebody
investor.
who left a mess, who left the earth leaving it a mess.
Yeah. I try, the goal is to clean up these properties. That property had been there for years. Like I said, there was a group of vagrants living in there. I've had to call the police, I can't tell you how many times, because they keep coming back. They tried breaking into my house. I filed a case against the gentleman. They
So
found.
it's completely restored now and it's occupied, right?
It's empty, so now I'm trying to rent it. I'm going through actually Fort Lauderdale Housing and Section 8. And that's what I'm going to do. I got forced into this early retirement after COVID.
Okay.
I'm not retirement age, but I'm close. But nobody would hire me again, and now I decided to do that. I always watch the books and tapes on investing.
Well, again, I agree that once you took it over,
Yes.
you were diligent about it.
I was very diligent, and
people buy a property like this, it's distressed, they know what they're getting, they have to deal with it.
Yeah.
And now I have to deal with it with you.
yes, sir. And I,
Offering to
with all
reduce
due
it?
respect, I respectfully request due to the way I've taken care of it, if we can leave it at court cost. I've paid about.
I'm not going to do that. I will reduce it from the 28,290 that the city is seeking to 12,000. And I'll
Can
give
we-
you time to pay it.
Can we leave it at 5?
I don't negotiate.
Okay.
When I make a decision, it's my decision. That's what it is. Okay?
How much was it again?
12,000
12.
instead of the 28,000 that the city's asking for. And it had 1,500 in costs. And again, it's for what you bought as a mess has the prices to be paid to the piper here. That's what it's for.
I know, Your Honor, but also you got to consider the market.
But I'm done talking about it.
Okay.
Okay. How much time do you want to pay it? I'll give you 90 days, longer if you want it.
Yeah, can I get 120 days?
That's fine by me. Yes, you can.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next case is on page 3, case number CE 16010716, case address 1934 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner 1930 Sunrise Interest, Inc., total lien amount $47,950, administrative costs $1,000.92. City is requesting $14,395.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yeah, 1 second, please. Let me just get my paperwork, look at my notes. Oh, this is the property on Federal, right? The
Yes.
Sunrise. It's on Federal.
Gateway Shopping Plaza,
Right, okay. All right.
many owners in there, but
Yes, a number of tenants, I saw that, okay.
Uh,
Yes, you tell me your name again, I'm sorry.
yes, John David on behalf of the owner, 1930 Sunrise Interest, Inc.
Okay,
Property address is 1934 Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
this is a $477,000 value property,
Understood, Judge.
okay.
Judge, I have with me Joseph Asimov. He is the tenant of that property. He was a tenant back at the time that the violation occurred. Basically, what happened was, there was 2 bays there that he was renting, and it had a pass-through. And he
Took the wall
decided-
down, they took the wall down, a fire-rated wall.
No, he didn't take the wall down. He was putting a hole back up. There was a hole through connecting the 2 bays, and he decided he didn't need both bays anymore. So he moved all his stuff into 1 bay, and he was closing the bay up without the approval, without getting any permits.
It shows that this was a fire-rated partition and electrical system altered without a permit, which was extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
I understand. We're talking about like a doorway. I could have it.
Okay.
Again, as I've said on almost every single case here, the point of a lien reduction hearing is not to re-argue the case.
Right, I
know.
tried to
I'm
look
just
at
trying
the,
to, I'm not trying to re-argue. We're just
No,
trying to give
I
a
agree.
little background and understanding of the timeline, because Mr. Asanoff, while he's been a very good tenant, there was a breakdown in communication between him and the owner of the property, whose main office is up in New York. But I will be able to tell the court that, once my client got an understanding of the problem, we submitted the plans in November of 2017, and it was all completed and closed out by January of 2018. The contract value for the 2 violations was $1,100 to close back up that single door entrance between the 2 properties. And for the electrical, it was $350, which was just, yeah. He was just changing, the outlets didn't work, and he took the outlets out and, put in a new one. Just connected the wires.
well, this ran for 551 days.
Judge, I understand that, and certainly, that was something that just kind of fell through the cracks because.
Again, I'm not here for the tenant, I'm here for the property owner
I
who's
understand.
responsible for this. So if somehow the property owner is delegated to him to be responsible for it, that's between him and the property owner. But the city is here looking at how long this lasted. City requested, drops it from 47, almost 48,000 to about 1/4 of that, 14,000. I'm willing to reduce that down to $8,000.
$8,000?
How much, yes, how much time do you need to pay it?
30 days, Judge.
That's fine. And I'm not a judge, by the way. I appreciate it. Everybody keeps trying to turn me into a judge, but I don't want to.
Your
be a
Honor.
judge. She does it.
I do,
know,
yes,
you know,
sir.
But she's already been fined. There's a lien on her office.
When we're standing in front of somebody, we always go with Your Honor.
Right,
You
absolutely.
can't go wrong with that, but I just don't like it because I just wasn't a judge. The gentleman before me was very well respected, was a judge, and was very, he got to be called that, but not me. 8,000 within 30 days?
Yes, sir.
All right. Done. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, Your Honor.
Whatever. All right.
Next case is on page 1. Case number CE 2208-0002. Case address 720 North Flagler Drive. Owner England's Finest LLC. Total lien amount $11,000. Administrative costs $1,558.01.
This is my repeat flyer, right? We met last week.
We did.
Okay.
Same issue.
The city is requesting $2,200. Appeal deadline 8/16/22. No appeal received.
Okay, well, I vividly remember the case. I looked at the background on it. What did I do for you on that? I reduced the fine substantially from the code case, right?
Yeah, you just
The cost or
administered
something?
the costs, yeah.
Yeah, okay. These are problematic for me. What does England's Finest mean? What do they talk about? Beer, or what is that? What do they mean by England's Finest? I'm just curious.
No, I'm from England, so I just came up with it.
Huh?
I'm from England, so I just came up with it. It's
Oh,
nothing
okay.
significant.
All right. But the property's still vacant, right?
It is.
Okay.
I'm actually working with the city to reduce the parking requirement.
Reduce the what requirement?
To reduce the parking requirement
Okay.
so that it can be tenanted, because that's been a problem.
Okay, so you're close to Searstown. We talked about this the other day, right?
Yes.
As you're, I'm sure aware, Searstown is under proposed redevelopment, which will make it extremely valuable for your property.
Yeah, I mean, the whole area's been under, a lot of redevelopment, yeah.
Yeah, so it's been a while, but if it happens, it will certainly be, make England's Finest truly the finest, because it'll really help your property. I talked to you about this before, and I'm going to reiterate that I propose that you work with co-owners in the neighborhood to set up a security. Do you have, by the way, do you have paint that when people put on graffiti on your paint, the paint resists graffiti? Do you have that? I know you had a mural.
I mean, that exists, but we cover it every time.
You do what? You just cover over it?
Yeah, we just cover it over it.
I mean, I thought there's some way you can just hose it off and it saves time. I leave that to you, but I'm trying to find a way. I don't want you to come back.
No, I know.
And the city to have to bother you about it when you're going through the aggravation of somebody doing a crime to your property.
Right. So yeah, I've started some dialogue with some of the other neighbors, and then also improved the lighting a little bit, and that seems to have helped as well, because they've been doing it at night. So since whenever it was with the last violation, it's been a few months. We haven't had any more incidents.
Okay.
So I'm hoping it's something that is, improving, but I don't know.
Okay. This one it really bothers me like it did the other day, so I'm going to reduce it. It's an $11,000 lien, but that's not consonant with what we're going through here. You offered $10, which is not consonant with what I have in mind, but the city's request is $2,200. I'm going to be consistent with what I did last time, and I'll do a settlement figure of $500.
I appreciate that.
But if it comes back, I'm not going to be happy, because I'm
No,
giving you options
I
to deal with people on this.
Believe me, I'm not trying to be.
No, I know. You're a victim of crime, and
Right.
that bothers me. It's the same thing when people have property that's a vacant lot, and if they don't fence it, it gets used as a dumping ground, and they have stuck with cleaning up everybody else's mess until they put up a fence or put a junkyard dog in there. But you've got to do something so it doesn't come back, because I don't want to see you back, and I know you don't want to come here.
Right, I'm trying.
We both want to stay friends in our respective spheres.
Okay.
So that's what I'll do, $500, 30 days.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
But the administrative costs are $1,550.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have to do it, I have to get the cost back. That's what it is, it's $1,558.01. I do need to recover that for the time that people spent.
Okay.
almost
Unfortunately,
apologetic, but
yeah,
that's,
the ordinance doesn't allow.
yeah, I'm not able to reduce that.
any-
That's my fault.
Yeah,
I
any
think-
discretion to go below that.
You want some more time to pay it? I can give you more time.
No, 30 days is fine.
Okay.
I'll pay the other one at the
All
same
right.
time.
I thank you for pointing it out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we hope we don't see you again, sir. Thanks for
Next
catching that.
Next case is on page 2. Case number CE 21100488. Case address 1219 Chateau Park Drive. Owner 700 Sutherland LLC. Total lien amount $23,400. Administrative costs $772.08. City is requesting $9,360.
Are there two cases for this? No, one.
No,
right?
there's only one.
Okay. Why do I have two files here? It's probably a duplicate. Okay, I'm sorry. Your name and address?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Rocio Montes. I represent 700 Sutherland LLC.
You a lawyer?
No, I am a property manager.
Okay.
The unit.
Okay. All right, give me 1 second to read my notes. It's an investment property, right?
Yes, this is a rental property.
I thought somebody else has the power of attorney. How are you appearing for the owner?
I have the power of attorney.
You have a power of attorney as well? Okay. Do you need to see that?
No, they look at it, yeah.
They know.
Yeah, they
before.
evaluate that before they.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's see. This lasted for 134 days. Plumbing fixtures in disrepair, landscape maintenance, driveway maintenance. And they bought it for $100. How did they do that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
When they bought it for $100. So I don't know how they,
To be honest with you, I started administrating this company in 2021, so I wasn't there when they bought it.
okay.
I would not be able to answer that.
All right, that's okay. So 134 days out of compliance. It's a little house, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, the lien is 23,400. The cost of loan are 772.08, which have to be captured, just like we just said for the last gentleman. You offered 900 and the city wants 93.60. For this period of time, it's a small house, it's all fixed up. It had to be fixed up to come back here, right?
Everything was fixed
So
up.
I'll reduce it to $5,000 rather than what the city wants is $93.60. If you need time to pay it, I'll give you plenty of time to pay it.
I would like to share what happened, if that's okay.
You share what?
I would like to share why the house was uncompliant for so long, if that's okay.
I don't want to know about that now. I'm here to settle the case. I'm not here to go back through the case. We don't go through the details of it, and that's what my ruling is. So if you want a year to pay it, how much time can I give them, the maximum? 6 months? I can give you 6 months to pay it, like $1,000 a month. But it was in bad shape for a long time. That's a long time to make this neighborhood suffer like this and not take care of it. Not your personal fault, but the person who owned it, or the owner and then the person who bought it, that's what they did. So that's the best I'm gonna do for it.
Okay, so it will be $5,000.
$5,000, and if you want 6 months, I'll give you 6 months to pay it.
Please, and thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our last case is on page 1, case number BE 2004-0009, case address 209 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. The owner, the Seasons Condominium Association of Fort Lauderdale, Inc., total lien amount $10,000, administrative costs $1,505.52. The city is requesting $2,500.
Okay, give me a second, if you would, to look at my file, notes.
And it appears, Your Honor, the applicant agrees to
Oh.
the 2,500.
Oh, you do, you're okay with the price?
I'm okay with that, yeah.
Life goes on. So ordered, how much time do you want?
30 days is fine.
That's what we'll do. Thanks for your patience, for sticking with us all this time. Thank you, sir.
This concludes the lien reduction case for January 19, 2023.